Good morning, guys.
Good morning.
Hey,
Man, what a beautiful day.
Got a little bit of a pullback.
NET, I just actually got NET and today it's up 11%, so not bad.
Nice. Baba's doing well. Baba's
Yeah.
doing well.
Oh yeah, like that's why I had no problem adding onto Baba as soon as I saw that. Plus we have next week we have the singles day, so hopefully we get a run up into it. So I loaded NET on StockTwits long over the 43 handle and take a look at that beauty. It's now at 64s. So yesterday, guys, I posted as much ER results as I could. What was your favorite ER results?
I guess that's PCE. I'm still looking at it.
So AYX, they guided lower than consensus, so AYX could go lower. And the other one, DXC, that one we've had since March. That one's still been like underperforming the entire tech sector. It's the worst tech, like large cap, in terms of like performance. So that one I'm still holding on to, but and their revenue actually did pretty good. So looking over Nets earnings, I'm probably gonna stay in it because this could be where Cloudflare becomes profitable. NET is like top watch now. This thing could go up to like $100. Don't know when, but I'll give it like a year. Both of these, so SQ and Hubs, they look really good too. So keep those on watch as well. Hubs, I don't have a position in. SQ, I do. Now TTWO, they did okay, but they lowered guidance. I'm not even sure why it's up today. So I gotta listen to the earnings call on that one. Next one, ZG. So ZG did pretty good. The one thing I like about ZG is, they did have, home segment revenue drop 51%, but they were able to offset that the gains on their other segments. So looks pretty good, and I think I can see a continuation on it. Oh, Baba's at 295. We alerted this as a long over 280 on Baba. No, 294.
Sorry, we got a little distraction going on here.
And last but not least, Roku. You guys know this is my favorite stock. Been trading this one since IPO, and honestly, it's still good. Doing pretty good. I mean, that's crazy. 73% revenue increase for a company the size of Roku. That's beautiful. Option play. That's why we don't like listen to all analysts, right? The only thing that matters, I never look at the upgrades, downgrades. What I look at is the notes. What are they pricing in that I'm not? That's the most important thing.
We have a separate channel for that. We have specific channels for every topic, more or less. Yeah, thank you, Cypher. I agree with that wholeheartedly.
ACB broke over $8.
Good morning, everybody.
ABBA is up $14 from yesterday's watchlist level. ZJ, you're on server muted. There was like a dog barking before.
Sorry, guys.
Um, yeah, guys, on the main trading floor, let's try and keep it focused to stocks and futures. We have a lot of members, so if you have like a topic that's unrelated to stocks or futures, we have separate rooms for that. Thank you.
COVID.
Look at BTON. That's beautiful. I'm still holding on to the calls and the shares, and I also sold the 150s. But shit, I sold the January ones. I should have just sold this week's. I would have been up like 100%. Actually, I don't think there was enough like
CPS,
volume.
FTSI.
Wasn't enough like meat left on that one. And guys, keep an eye on NVIDIA. We're trying to test that 570 level,
SKT.
so I can see a nice push up here. ZM is
Nito.
struggling to get over 500, so keep an eye on that.
PLTR, IGC. PS. Koji. INSG.
Got a nice pullback on QQQ. I want to see QQQ hold above
Net.
292. If we get a hold over 292, I can see a continuation up.
UPWK is tanking. I got in at
YCBD.
28.80 as a short.
Mogo. AIHS. TTD, MAXR, LPTX.
I like that short idea.
ERYP, AVTR, XPEV.
I
AAU.
actually have shorts on that. That's amazing.
Yeah, Thinkorswim is shortable.
Nvidia is saving QQQ.
Beautiful call. Yeah, Nvidia is doing really good
AAXN.
today. And guys, we got this dip buy at 500s on Nvidia. It's at 567 now, right? So that was beautiful. Well, my entry was 506, but we're getting there.
Sale. Mozi, AMCR. XPEV.
Man, I hope you guys got IIVI. That is still killing it, guys.
UTSI. ZG. MD. BKCC.
Nice entry. So I got 2750 on UPW. Okay.
Yeah, I was short since yesterday 10 a.m.
Oh, nice.
HEXO.
I'm hoping we break 27. If it does, I'll stay in the short. Good to have you back on voice chat.
Z.
Is anybody still watching ACB?
Kern.
No, but I have CGC, so
SNDL.
as long as ACB keeps moving up, should be good for CGC.
AAOI.
And guys, who remembers my CGC alert?
ADMA. ASMB.
Yep, see, we were early on to the weed scene. I think we got the best bottom on it.
FLXN.
Hey, for those guys that are using IB, is there a way that I can set up a hotkey to change the time frame on my charts?
ACB crack under 850.
All right, so QQQ is not holding here. SPY is coming down too. I could see a little pullback here. Just waiting to see if we can regain this level. And Amazon's coming back down to pre-market lows. That's why my area, like my level today was 3,300 on Amazon, because I felt like that's the level we have to be on top of for us to remain bullish. But even over here, this is a good bounce area if we hold here. And if the QQQ moves up, looks decent.
PJ, you
PS.
feeling all right, man? You sound like you're a little under the weather.
Yeah, I was sleeping underneath the vent and I forgot I left the AC on.
That'll do it.
Yep.
FNKO.
Hey, gentlemen. Good morning. It's Ryan.
Good morning.
Hey, Ryan.
I'm selling Amazon 3250 puts. Gonna just rake in some of the data. I have next week's contract, November 13th.
Nice. I sold my that swing long-term position from 3,000 this morning before open.
Oh, good job.
Made like 10% on that, man. Almost exactly 10%. I think we'll test 3,200 or so, then I'll rebuy.
FBC. PAVM. XPEV. ACV.
QQQ's coming down.
Yeah, I'm still in puts on SPY from the open.
Looks like they're selling pressure 866 for ACB.
How much volume does it have? Actually, on the scanner, guys, just check what the R vol is on ACB.
FTSI. Uber. FTSI. VSTO.
All right, Amazon hopefully will hold this area. I decided, you know what? Like, data's just going to ruin this
ATAC.
contract anyway, so I'm doing the November 6th
RTRX.
3250s, as well as the November 13th 3250 puts.
AMRH.
There's some good volume on it too, so we'll make it easier to scale in and out. Spread is decent, 65 cents. Damn, that was fast.
I took the short again on
UTSI.
UPWK 28.
SNDL. WTER.
Oh, I like that alert on UPWK. What's your goal on that? Like 26?
No, I only did it for a
HIDS.
scalp, like a 20-cent scalp there. Though I wish I did hold it a little bit longer for it to work out.
AAOI.
Are you out of it now or you just entered?
I entered 28, I exit 27.80.
LGFA. PGNY.
TJ or anybody buy Rocket the other day? And are you still holding? Thinking of selling here?
Don't they have earnings coming up soon? All right, internals are looking a little bit better on the market. So let's see if we get a pushback. I think it's still like positive on NASDAQ. Sorry, NYSE. Looks a little bit weaker though on QQQ. You have like NASDAQ ads down. NYSE's bouncing though, and we might bounce here. Come on. Ooh, Tesla's tanking. For me, Tesla's long over to 420, so let's see if we can get a nice little dip buy.
UONE.
AMD green to red test right at 83. It just dropped $1.50.
Ella. LPTX, ACB. FNKO.
There's a bounce
TS.
AMD.
Roku. True. APPN.
Twilio just filed for a secondary offering up to 9.5 million shares. So look for a drop. It just bounced, but I think Twilio continues down under 298.
Kern.
How many shares?
EVC.
Oh, guys, PTON's moving too.
9.5 mil.
Dollars or shares?
Shares, 9.5 million common.
Outstanding shares, they have 141 million. So not too bad.
PLTR. Yeti. SSP. BGS. True.
Right, guys, I'm glad that you took NET. That was an easy play for me too. I'm so glad we had that dip on IIVI. And I
GTN.
finally got my ads on it. Been dying for those ads.
Yeah, nice patience.
NKTR. Net.
Wish I took some size off on Groupon because Groupon's getting close to my average now. Down 11%.
UTSI. FTSI. WSC. LTHM. TTD.
I'll have a hard stop on Groupon, just over 19 if it does tank here.
ERYP. ASMB.
TJ, on my chart, long term, it looks like it has a gap to fill to 17. I hate to say it. From August.
Shui. MTEM. AAXN.
Still long biased on it. I was just looking at the fundamentals. Still a decent valuation.
LTHM.
Yeah, it's interesting. I was thinking about they kind of they specialize in all the obviously the coupons for massages and experiences and all this variety of things that people typically do when we don't have COVID. So I wonder how long they can endure without being able to promote some of those things.
I think here looks like a good NAT short for $1 a share.
Guys, PTON. Look at that beauty. Man, I have honestly never even sold like the PTON, the position that I had from earlier.
PTON.
I took a small short in NAT 67.89.
Mogo.
Wow, Peloton is over 130.
Yep. And it did good, really good on its earnings.
Home.
Wow, nice
SLQT.
hold, man.
Thank you. I'm still holding from $80. And I have like a better entry on my TOS account. I have PTON at 61 on my TOS
AUY.
account.
That's crazy.
That's amazing.
Shit, I gotta listen to the earnings call on Groupon. I don't want to get out of it before
GBT.
Another one that tanked today is Home, so HOME, which I'm glad because I took some off yesterday at the 18s and now it's back down to like its previous support level. So I'm gonna look for another entry if it stays over 15.
If anybody's watching the market, I think we're gonna crack lower here. So on this crack, I'm gonna take off my puts. So
Yeah, damn it, my Amazon's trade's going against me.
yeah, I'm looking for 3,200 or lower, buddy.
Yeah, I just want to add something real quick. Yeah, so I posted in TJ's swing trades yesterday, but it got deleted. But I talked to a couple of
JYNT.
coworkers, more than a couple of coworkers actually, coworkers and some relatives in China. So the situation's a lot better over there. I was actually leaning bearish on Baba for Singles Day because you're just shipping stuff all over the place. But everyone I'm talking to, they have no plans on slowing down on buying on that day.
IRWD.
You're talking in relation to COVID, things are good, right?
Yeah, like airplane tickets, like apparently are really cheap, and people are just flying all over the place. Like not even being that cautious anymore.
Yeah, one of my best friends from design school, I was talking to 2 days ago. He's Chinese, and he works between, the U.S. and China. And he said most of his relatives over there, they're not wearing masks. They're out doing everything normal, and they just can't believe like what's going on here in the States. If you're sick or immunocompromised and everything, obviously you take precautions. But for the most part, the media here is spinning it in all the wrong ways.
Well, I was talking to my manager on the China side, and what he's basically saying is China actually shut down, everything, where like people had to stay in their own apartment complexes. You can have like one person from an apartment complex to go shopping for you guys. But for the most part, there was just like speakers all over the roads. The roads were all empty and stuff like that, and they were just getting government information from those speakers. But basically, from what I'm hearing, because of that, everyone feels a lot safer now, and the numbers, they actually do trust the government at the moment. So that's why I'm hearing 1111 should still go off.
ASMB.
Yep.
Yeah, they kind of had to use military to force people to stay inside, but it's not like
LTHM.
it's more of a show of force, but it's not like they're actually going to kill anyone or hurt anyone.
Also, if anyone's in DDOG, just be careful. We're having like a hard time staying over 100 on it, so let's see what happens. But I'm thinking of like scaling out, or maybe even just putting a stop
SNDL.
loss a bit closer, maybe like 97.
VWAP looks to be about 95.50 or 96, right? If you look like a 15-day
ACB.
TJ on DDOG.
Yeah.
So I could see like a higher low set in place over time.
TIGRX.
Yeah, Jay-Z, I got it.
Why are the markets so weak today? Most of the like top earnings did pretty well.
I'm just thinking, yeah, it's Biden going into a weekend with God knows what's going to happen. So I think just people just taking profits over the 3-day push.
True.
I never expected Amazon to run that fast in 3 days, man. That was crazy.
ASIX.
Oh, I know. That's really fun.
RMNI.
I mean, I thought we'd like just linger here, even go down to like 2750 or 2900. It blew me away. I'm so glad I got that.
Mod.
All right, I'm out of those SPY puts, guys. I'm taking it easy now. I got to do some other work too.
Nice, good call.
Still holding Tulio short.
NVRO.
DJ, I'm setting my buys for long-term
AIHS.
swing at 3190 for entries and 3130 on Amazon. Whether it hits it today or next week or maybe never, I may not be able to get that dip, but I'm hoping to get a kind of a head and shoulders on that from the previous support in the last week or two.
AMD back at 83.
ASMB. LTHM. EBF.
Vivi, well done.
PS.
I got a little bit scared when it went to 14, but I was like, it's okay. I'll just keep adding. We made money on CGC, right? Scalping it intraday, so it's like I'll
CPS.
take the risk. Yeah, 14 to 20, that's been a pretty good area. And if we can stay over 20s, I mean, we can go for another rip. Right? There's a lot of bag holders, though. So, we don't know what average they're bag holding from. I mean, I know a few people that have it at like $40. So that's got to hurt.
Roku. Uber. PRTK.
Spotify's doing pretty good today.
PLTR.
But man, Nvidia, that was a killer move on Nvidia.
PN.
So I have a lot of calls that are expiring in January. I'm going to be looking to take some of those off. There's too much risk in holding those, especially when data starts decaying. And again, we don't know where the market's going to go. Like next week, the elections are still like dragging on. And so I actually mentioned this, that what is it? Let's see. There's a deadline for the results. Let me see if I can quickly post it here.
CLMT. TTD.
There you go.
AMD's going on a little run here.
PAC.
Running around that 83.
OFS. ACB. RBA. WSC. SQ.
Yeah,
SNDL.
guys, look at Roku, guys. 250. Come on. I'm still holding from $100. Man, you guys remember when I was ready, because Roku had that bad quarter, and I was ready to, because I had puts, I was ready to execute it and get out of Roku. So glad that I didn't.
Mod. True.
Yeah, Jay-Z, I bought it twice at 100, so we did amazing on that trade. And I have another position at 160. 102 is my good average, and I think it was XSAT, or I believe it was XSAT actually. XSAT actually mentioned when Roku was at 58, so shout out to you, because there was
OGI.
3 million shares or 6 million shares on the ask. Only 3 institutions had that. The moment I saw that,
ETH.
that's when I was like, okay, we gotta literally like buy it, because there's no way that after hours these guys wanted to get executed. Like 6 million, or they were trying to just hold it down, probably to accumulate. So yeah, that was a really good entry. So shout out to you. Yeah, and it was after hours. So, it was good teamwork there. As soon as we saw it, we're like, guys, just buy it. Oh, yes, break even on Amazon. Oh, I'm actually up on it.
VSTO.
I just scaled out half of my AMD position here. And yeah, I'm going to hold the rest. So it allows me to hold the trade a lot longer than I usually do.
ACRX. IRWD. AMO. AMN.
Taking a look at Tesla here as well. I don't know if anyone's interested in wearing long.
And keep an eye on Baba. We're moving up over here. Guys, that's why yesterday morning only one alert for me was just buy Baba. Beautiful dip into an event into next week. I think that was the perfect timing. And I'm slowly closing my Amazon trade. I had to add on to it, so I'm taking off all my ads.
FTSI. LPTX.
All right, there we go.
Set.
I'm AMD doing some numbers right now. But hit that 84.
Sell those Amazon puts with me. They're up 45%.
ARTL. Mod.
Man, I always feel like I need more monitors. Oh, Exad, that's good news. Jobs were added in October. That's beautiful. That's what we want to see. Hopefully that'll keep the market up today. Guys, Roku at 250s. Look at that beauty.
SOXS. APVO. RGEN. FBNC. DVD. AIHS.
All right, I think I should close the
MTSI.
Amazon trade here. So it's amazing what the difference is on the one that expires today versus the one that expires in a week from now. Those returns. But again, if you can make this much, if you can make 52%, you can literally lose 52%. So that's why sometimes it makes more sense to buy the next week's contracts, especially when it's 0 DTE. because it makes sense for you to expose yourself to some risk, and you can still make money. Like 20% on Amazon buying the next week's is way safer. Plus, it has way more premium. So dollar per share wise, you're getting more value out of it and less contracts.
Z.
So I just closed at AMD and the rest of it. So I had it on both brokers. Pretty good trade so far for the day. I did take a small ad on Tesla as well. And TDOC's been consolidating. Took a very tiny ad there. And I did get in a little bit of docu at around 2, I believe it was around 228. But a
I
very
don't
small.
like that.
You don't like TDOC? Is that?
Yeah, I'm not a fan of it. I don't know. Greedy, have you done any DD on this one? I know Greedy's been over it, so maybe he's actually looked into fundamentals more than I
UTSI.
did.
Yeah. I'm so glad I dumped my DocuBacks yesterday around 242 yesterday. That was a huge win. So now we're just buying little bits and chunks, and I'll add some more in the 200s. That's when I'll probably go a little bit more aggressive. And yeah, thanks on the AMD. Yeah, I was watching it since the morning. I didn't want to get in on the run up, and I wanted to wait it out the first 15 minutes, so I bleed out, and I waited. A lot less aggressive with my approach now. I took a starter position. I waited. It retested around the support around the 83, and then I dipped a little bit below, added to it again, and I took off partial around that 83.50, and then let it ride up some more around 84. And then on the other one, I just held the whole thing until around 84. 84.09 is where I got filled, and yeah. So yeah, not a bad trading day so far.
Oh, okay. Let me just message it.
MCHP. Net. FUTU. LTHM. SNDL. LTHM. ONCS. AAXN. ONCT. Roku. ALRM. OFS. RRGB. UTSI. IIVI. Hubs. TTD.
Guys, look at SQ.
FBNC.
Mentioned SQ had a really killer earnings. And look at that stock right now, 194s.
SQ. CHIQ. EWN Golf. ACB. TLRY. Sick.
So glad I got out of Big C.
OGI.
Winnie, don't take this the wrong way, but if you're trading options and you're not sure what to do, you shouldn't be really trading options.
ANF.
Everyone loves that leverage.
And also one more thing, Winnie, if you want, someone to help you, you got to help out too, right? You'll probably see that if you contribute, you'd probably get an actual like good answer for your questions. If you don't contribute, we're reluctant to help out, right? Because we want to help out the members that are helping us out, right? And helping the community out. And that goes for like pretty much everyone. Oh yeah, I didn't mean just you. I just mean there's a lot of questions we get from people that are new members, and it's always like what to
SNDL.
buy, when to sell, that kind of stuff. And that's something that we try to avoid. We'll share what we're trading, but if we're not in the same trade as you, our opinion is irrelevant, to be honest, because we don't know why you got in. We don't know what you saw when you got in. We don't know what price you're at. We don't know what your target was. We don't know what your risk tolerance is. We don't know your portfolio size. There's so much questions that you don't know. So if we give
Fraud.
you advice on just saying, oh yeah, you should get out, you're going to get a half-assed answer, and you're probably going to get half-assed results.
TJ, the best one is Mick Jagger's comment when TJ doesn't answer my questions. I take it as a personal attack on me and my family. That's fair. That's fair, man. I'm with it. And nice job, ZJ. And as for the options thing, like sometimes we need that tough love. Like TJ did that with me too, where like when I first started out, I had no idea what the fuck was going on that I was doing with options, and I should not have been trading options. But it comes down to greed, like you're trading with a smaller account or whatever it is, but you just want to make that larger return. You see people doing that 20, 40, 80%, and you want to do that. But if you don't know what the hell's going on, and you're trading those options, more likely you're going to lose at 20, 40. You're going to see it go to 60, 80, and you don't know if you want to continue holding till next week, like you asked, right? Or if you just want to cut the trade because now you're down so much, right? Because, when it hits that point when, the losses are accelerated that fast, you forget about the levels. You're like, fuck the levels, I'm down 40%, right? So, um, take his advice on that. Take a step back from the options. Just focus on shares, even if it takes you a little bit longer. It's what I had to do. And then another thing you can do is also spend that time learning
WTER.
options and whatever your your weaknesses are, and just take a step back from it, right?
Yeah, and like if you're trading small sizes, please don't trade options. Please, like you're asking to get burned, and that's the thing about me telling you guys rules. I can tell you trading rules, and I have, right. You guys know exactly what I do when I like what my criteria is on scaling out. I gave you like how I use ATR for my advantage to scale in and out of those trades. But guess what? Half the people don't actually use it. And the one thing that I noticed is actually there was an actual quote for this. Something about some portfolio manager was asked a question about what's your strategy, and he's like, even if I write the strategy in a newspaper or something like that, 90% of people won't follow it. So when it comes to
ARTL.
trading, it's like you have to think of it holistically. You can't just pick and choose which rules that you're going to follow, right? Like there's a system here. You have to trust the system. Right. And with options, guys, like you saw, like it can go down against you so fast, so hard. I was down on shop. You guys saw that within one day. It was ridiculous. And those contracts weren't cheap either. So, I'm still down on it 5% now.
APPN.
And guys, please don't trade like zero DTE stuff. I only did it because I'm selling contracts. What's the worst that can happen to me? Nothing. Like theta is just going to work in my favor. And you guys, I told you about these second order Greeks and the third order Greeks, right? Has anyone researched them?
PSNL. ASMB. FTSI.
Okay, so
RRGB.
looks like no one has, but there's something that takes part right now on a
MJ.
contract that's just expiring. It's called Charm. Charm is a second order Greek, and what it is it's just a change in delta. So you can either call it like delta decay, and then not just delta decay, there's gamma decay. Does anyone know what the gamma decay is called? In respect to time. Color. So, you have two things going in your favor plus theta. Like you're just adding stacking odds in your favor. Plus, we're trading the right trend too, right? Look at Amazon. Did it go against me? I did. Those contracts went down like 20% when I added. But we were able to make, way more than that on the way back up, right? And I have another question. Remember I mentioned to you guys, make an Excel sheet, plot every time, like plot your R1, R2, R3, S1, 2, 3, and your critical inflection point, and track which levels would have been traded. I saw one person did it. Did anyone else do that as well?
Shui.
All right. So my mentor taught me this thing, right? He mentioned to me to literally every single day. He's a futures trader, so he works on the futures desk, and you guys met him. Well, not met him. You heard him. His name's Danny, and he's like on an Excel sheet just for an entire month. Track your R1, R2, R3s. All of it that I just mentioned, and then just look at the stats on which levels are being hit. If you want to build confidence in your system, you have to be confident on your levels. And with those stats, you'll be confident.
Z. SNDL. VSTO.
So I'm up about $4 a share on Docu, about $3 a share on Tesla so far, and I believe TDoc is just sitting around my break even, but a very tiny size, so I don't care. I can let that sit. So yeah, just Tesla right now, and and I mentioned I got out of AMD earlier, a little bit early. I mean, I could have squeezed, around 30, 40 cents, but it's all good. I stuck to my rules, scaled out, and one of them I did hold during that whole ride up to 84.09, so that wasn't bad on another broker. So yeah, so far just holding watching Tesla and fuck, my brain's not even working. Watching Tesla and the other thing that I mentioned, I don't remember anymore.
Cron.
Right, Tesla and Docu. How could I forget Docu? Oh, horrible.
IRTC. ZG. ACB. Net. OGI. LASR.
All right, so I just posted on the trading chat. This was
PS.
actually done by RBT, and this is kind of what the most important one is. So he tracked his price levels, and literally he just tracked it to see what the outcome would be. What's the percentage that it's going to hit? So take a look at those percentages.
FTSI.
63% of the time it's hitting his R1, 52% of the time on his S1. So those are levels you can trade from.
RMNI.
And I agree with RBT. Futures is way better than options. 100% easier.
MCHP. SNDL. AVLR. Kern. CHIQ.
We have done lessons on support and resistance. It's like one of the first lessons we've ever done. Super Bloom recorded it. It's on our YouTube channel. Support and resistance is pretty much what we're looking for, and different price levels where we'll hit a critical support or resistance level. Easiest way to do it is confirm it on a larger time frame,
GNLN.
and also confirm it with your volume profile. And guys, everything you need to know, everything is
MJ.
literally in the New Traders program.
ACB.
And these contracts are up 20% now. I got rid of the other one. You know, it was already up 50%. Didn't want to risk it going down, but
IGC.
this one I held on to next week's contract. I am gonna get rid of it before the end of the day, though, because you know we're in the middle of the channel within Amazon. So last thing I want to do is get stuck in this.
Guys, so I don't want to say any specifics, but I'm about to hit a new milestone on one of my portfolios, so it's a good day. Just took a lot of patience, and I want to thank Blonde as well, for some advice he gave me yesterday. Not to just take every setup that you see, to sit there like a sniper, you see a nice play, put in your playbook, look for that the next time, and just be a lot more diligent, better risk management, and to diversify a lot more, right? Because I wasn't doing that. There's a lot of greed that I was acting on. So, yeah, and a lot of patience, just to be able to hold through certain pullbacks and not panic like I used to, and just sit out, just woosah. But yeah, and it's not like I had any crazy wins today, but just stacking up those small wins instead of trying to go big on options and then fuck it up. So yeah, and thank you all, you guys, appreciate it.
Congrats, buddy.
CGC.
Mushu, I guess, brings up a good point that mentorship is important. But first, you have to self-study. Like, you have to learn. That's why even in doctors, right, before they're able to, I forgot what the term is for doctors, but, when they have to go and work for like a year or two, residency, there we go. Before they can get their residency, they first have to learn. And the same thing goes with us, guys. We make more money than doctors do,
STKS.
right? So you have to literally remember that, yeah, mentorship is key. But first, you have to do your self study. Like, you have to know the basics. You have to know the foundation, right? That's something that we can't teach you because it's all in a book, and there's like several books you have to read. For us to memorize all that and like repeat it to you guys would be a waste of time. B, we wouldn't do it justice. The book does everything in such a clean, neat, organized manner that you can learn from it. And then the rest is mentorship. Yeah, like once you
CLXT.
have everything,
IIVI.
then it's easy to mentor you because you understand the concepts that we're going to be mentoring you on, right? Oh, that being said, I still have to do the raffle for our scanner, so I haven't had a chance. So my apologies for being so late on that, but I'm gonna just set a note right now
GLRY.
to get that sorted out this weekend.
NVR.
Oh, and I just wanted to just add in one little thing, guys. If I did not have the patience to hold through that same account, I was almost down. I'd say like more than 1/3 on that account. If I had panic sold literally a week prior, I would
OGI.
not be at that milestone. So like sometimes you literally just have to know how to manage your emotions, more than anything else. Like I could have literally lost almost, I'd say, half the account. And instead, and these are all locked in gains now, right? So they're not going
HEXO.
anywhere. I've scaled out of my positions. I'm just holding Tesla now. Took off most of Docu, just literally like maybe a few shares left just for long term. So yeah, like, oh, and a couple shares of TDOC, which is like nothing. So just literally having enough patience to get to that part. Like I could have literally lost half the account. I would have been a completely different mental space. Instead, last 2 days I made bank on both of my accounts, and now I'm just sitting here, just waiting patiently.
WSC.
And Tesla, I'm getting anything off yet for my entry.
UTSI. ASO. FTSI. Kern. REZI. TTD.
Good morning, guys.
Good morning, brother.
Congrats on that milestone, John.
Thank you, brother. I
MAXR.
appreciate that. I really needed that win with everything that's going on right now. It does help a little bit, you know. So.
Oh, heck yeah, man. It helps push that emotional state, you know.
1,000%. You know, we need to stack up those small wins and, you know, trading outside of trading, whatever it is. And yeah. And most important thing I've learned is like whether you're winning or you're losing, just to maintain the same, you know, same state, right?
Composure.
Exactly. Not too excited, you know, not too down. It's just whatever. Like, okay, it's
Mogo.
cool. You know, I'm just monitoring Tesla. When I get out, I have to go back to the car shop and deal with that. Come back and maybe, you know, knock in some trades and then, you know, go cash by the end of the day and call it a day. So, in fact, I probably sound like a sad person after winning, you know?
No, you sound like a content.
Thank
I
you,
agree.
brother. TJ, once I get the other thing sorted out, so I have to go back there today and we're going to make a call. Once I get that sorted out, I'll, you know, have some peace of mind and be back to normal, you know?
Yeah, have you decided if you're gonna write it off or?
Yeah, we are. I'll message you the details after, but it is a little bit complex given not my current situation, but like the overall situation with COVID and with companies taking losses and a couple things, you know, it's going over with me. So yeah, I mean, we're gonna work on the best game plan and execute that, you know, and yeah, hopefully, you know, they don't say no, and that would really fuck me over right now. So I'm really hoping, you know, because it's quite a bit of money, right? maybe I should show YOLO some options with some of you guys on, you know, make a car back. But yeah, no, just kidding. So yeah, once I get that sorted out, I'll be all right, I guess. Hopefully, shit goes according to plan. Yeah, I mean, till then, I'm gonna do my best to be in here, fully focus, and like, yeah, I just execute my plan and try not to take stupid trades, and we'll be
FLDN.
all right.
TJ, your Groupon pushed back up.
Sorry?
Your Groupon is back up to 21.
Damn it, I didn't add on to it. I was thinking about adding. I was like, what if it comes back down to my entry? So, wow, that was a nice recovery.
Hey guys, those of you that are trading Neo, be really careful, guys. Be really careful. I mean, earnings is coming soon. This is not a Tesla. Do not compare it to Tesla. One of the things that I was looking into this and studying is that Tesla, you know, they make their own cars. Neo pays somebody else to makes the cars. So when it comes to the kind of cost and whatnot that they get
User.
involved with, they're not as profitable or anything like that as Tesla.
Well,
As,
Neo's big thing too is that a lot of their stuff is regulated by the Chinese government. So
yes, you know, and I'm in Neo. I'm in Neo right now. I'm up 200% on a small account position, but I'm looking for a small rip and I'm out. And next thing I'm looking at is where can I buy some puts? That's that's where I'm at with Neo. Um, TJ even warned me. He's like, I'm already outside of Neo. You know, not even TJ's already trading this, and he got in very early. Um, so just be really careful, guys.
TLTR.
Just be careful because Neo is probably making people some money, but I'm sure it's also going to destroy a few accounts.
That part, that last part right there, yeah. Because by the time everybody knows about the stock, your neighbor knows about the dog, you know, their dog knows about it, everybody knows about it, like you're
PSNL.
pretty much fucked, right? You're
Burn.
probably buying the top and then you're getting it sold off to by somebody else that's already bought it, you know, when it was at 20.
Yeah, and it's so simple. Like Tony just mentioned here, you know, Neo is trading at 25 times sales. Tesla's trading at 15 times sales. Why wouldn't you buy Tesla? Makes no sense. They had the best quarter ever, right? Neo isn't, I don't even think they're profitable yet.
I'm taking some off on Tesla here in case we do pull back. Might take off a part.
All right. How old is Neo again? Like, how
ACV.
many years has Neo been out?
ALTR.
Think late
FTSI.
2017,
FNDL.
September 2017 looks like.
Okay. So here, I'm gonna post a chart. It's gonna be pretty easy to see.
TLRY.
And guys, I don't mean to just like rain on your parade. I would hate
DAC.
to see some people in this group just lose a ton of money on this. So just be real careful.
GRWG.
No, it's good advice. It's something that people need to hear, especially, you know,
SOXS.
when you're trying to go for that big win, everyone's in it, you know, and everyone starts chasing it. Eventually it has to come down and you don't want to be, you know, caught jumping in right now.
Well, let's put it this way. I'm running the hype. I'm trading the hype right now on this thing, but I know that the big traders, they're actually selling what I'm buying.
100%.
GKOS.
Like you could still scalp it, of course, you can day trade it, you know, but like people that are trying to, you know, especially I'm sure someone's gonna swing this over the weekend and I don't want to know what happens.
LAS.
All right, so I just posted the stats on it. So that's NIO. Okay, the first picture I ever posted, that one is Tesla. And as you can see, compare Tesla and Neo on a revenue basis. Doesn't make sense. Like it's not even in the same ballpark.
HEXO. IGC.
You know what? They're not even playing the same game.
Yeah. Clear as day. Thank you for that, TJ.
Oh my god, Luckin Coffee. That was something else.
Mogo.
And if you want to talk about profits, we'll go on to the profit side too. Look at this. So the first picture was revenue. Second picture is
CGC.
more profit margins. And just like Hazian said, you can see that clearly they have no margins here, right?
I still haven't taken a partial yet on Tesla. Still
MTSI.
And now we're looking at their net income. And as you can tell, it's still negative for them.
EPZM. LASR.
You know, I don't want to get greedy. I just took a little
FNKO.
partial off. I was going to take it right on that 432, but yeah, I got a better fill.
That's good stuff, TJ. Those I'm a very visual person, and seeing that kind of stuff, it helps so much, and that just puts it into perspective, guys. Again, just be careful. Just be careful.
And look at the net margins. NIO's still down 100%. Tesla, since 2012, they've been over what NIO's technically trying to achieve right now.
Guys, this is the best college class you'll ever get. I wish I could go back when I was in my psych lectures and be in UT instead learning. I would have done a lot better.
WTER.
I'm just going to close that Tesla here. Price trying to come down a bit. I don't take the risk.
Net.
All right. Someone's hot mic's on. Yeah, so I'm out of Tesla. I have like T-Doc left, a couple of shares. I'm at break even on that. I think Tesla might not even be a bad idea for a shorter on here. I'm gonna sit it out. I'm just gonna watch, sit here and observe.
Kern. EVH.
Hey, Gusty Sock. I hope I'm saying that right. Good work. 5% since Tuesday. That is very good work. That's good timing too.
Roku.
Make sure you never lose that now.
Yeah, that's the important.
And good job. And you started trading on Tuesday, like live trading?
Wow, look at that knife down on SPY. Holy, I'm so glad I got out of Tesla. Fuck. Damn, are you guys watching this knife right now? This is insane.
VHF.
I literally just got out right before that knife.
SNDL. HEXO.
That is disgusting. Do we have some sort of news or some shit? Or like, I'm just seeing this nasty red line go all the way down. Holy shit. TJ, you see this right on SPY?
Oh, the knife? Yeah.
OGI. NWS. MJ.
Talk about good timing with that Tesla exit.
Cron.
And that 432 short would have actually been decent too.
TLRY.
Oh, Nick
AYX.
Blasta, thank you. I didn't realize. Just oh, someone posted.
AAXN. Cron. Mogo.
Man, U is doing pretty good. I wish I added more onto U, but let's see. If it continues, if it stays over 115, I'll stay in it.
I kind of looked at the trend
SWTX.
hold-ups by here. Watching these lower wicks form in the 5. Yeah, I think I'm honestly just gonna sit tight. I don't want to get greedy today. We're on a good roll. Just got a couple shares of DocU and TDoc left.
CHP.
So yeah,
IFRX.
And check your PM. PM or something.
oh shit. Yeah, my bad.
Mod. SRG. ONCT. TTD.
How did Uber do on their earnings?
ACB. APVO. CGC. IGC. EB.
Someone's mic.
Ammo. MAXR. HEXO.
Yeah, that's probably a better approach for most people, Mushu. I mean, it's not like you can't make money off it. Obviously, people here trade it, but yeah, you would rather invest in something like Tesla instead of penny stock. I mean, it's already hard enough for me to make money normally, and I don't need to lose it in penny stocks. Oh yeah, that's the thing. There's so many groups pumping shit where like you don't want to get caught slipping. Where if you're buying something like, we'll just use Tesla as an example. Like, what's the chance of you getting dumped on by a group? Damn, imagine we could have got AMD here on under $2. That's crazy. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, it was TK was, but those are like I personally feel like those are outliers compared to like the majority of them. If you're gonna compare it like that, right?
SNDL.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we buy those.
IGC.
Probably would have sold, yeah. Yeah, like it's easy to say that, like looking back in hindsight, but like, how many of us wouldn't have sold it at like 40 or like at 50 or what? I mean, you would have still made a killing, but I mean, we would probably sold it even before that. If anything, I would have definitely sold
TLRY.
it earlier. Oh, and T-Dog's actually doing something interesting. I almost considered cutting it at break even, so it's not bad.
OGI. UTS higher. ONCT.
Man, I can't find anything in my portfolio that I want to scale out of.
Looks like Tesla's going back above that 432.
Ooh, ZM 500 test.
What the hell? ZM's already back at 500?
Yep. Well, 498.
Close enough.
My Amazon play's looking good. Kind of wish I held the one that expires this week, but even this one's not too bad.
Mod. TKC. SQ. RP.
Someone needs to kind of fix their mic.
Yeah, Mike Belts. I alerted Nvidia as a buy at the 500s, and we previously bought it at 500s too, so it was like an easy entry. Back in September when we had the dip, it was at 500s too. And SQ, guys, is killing it.
Mod.
So I did do some analysis on like SQ. One of the few things that I do really like about it is the fact that they're like 23% of their MAUs are DAUs versus last year, 12 months ago, where it was only 18%. So there's a lot of increase on daily active users on it. And honestly, that I think that could cause this stock to actually move a lot higher than I'd say. If I had to put a price target, 230s. Yeah, 220, 230s.
PDC.
MAXR.
Damn. Oh,
Agio.
man, that is some good work right there.
Thank you. I'm all out of Neo. I want to stick to the warning that we just gave. Even if it flies, forget it. Just in case.
Good call. You locked in your profits. You're out. Can't go down from here.
Yeah, I was actually up a little bit more higher. I had 40 contracts, but the
SNDL.
the dip this morning and whatnot, it just ruined it a little bit.
Josen, you trade on
ICAD.
toss, right?
I do, but I have a personal challenge of a small account that I'm growing on E-Trade because I only have one broker right now and money in just one broker, so I'm trying to diversify a bit. So when one is down, I have another. So this was done on E-Trade.
How are the fills?
They were great. Got filled really quick.
ACB.
But to me, there's nothing like to us, like active trader
VIOT.
having that ladder.
HEXO.
Yeah, when TJ mentioned active trader
TLRY.
for options, like I didn't know you could do that. So I've
Yeah,
just been using that.
yeah, man, it's amazing. It's amazing.
Sorry, who's the
SMTX.
second person on the voice? I'm not familiar with the voice.
Oh, it's me, CJ.
Oh, CJ, hey. Sorry, yeah, I'm not familiar, and plus I haven't been on
Mogo.
so much lately too. So hopefully your trading, everything's going well for the day.
Yeah. I'm actually not trading anymore. I'm just looking at the market.
IRWD.
Good
I
stuff.
hit
Good
profit.
stuff.
I hit profit target today, so I'm fine.
Beautiful. That's what we like to hear. Everybody close that Friday strong.
Net. REZI.
Due diligence.
Agio. Track. AVXL.
Which it happens, right? I
SRG.
just go over the trade, ask yourself why it happened, why if you could have done something better, if you could have scaled out differently, and yeah, and also ask yourself what would you have done if it had gone the opposite way, right? And you didn't sell, right? So we've all done it. You're not the only one. Mick Jagger, that's hilarious.
FNKO. SWTX.
Damn, Mick Jagger. That sucks, man.
FNKO.
Guys, does anyone remember what the I forget what you call it, but the command that you type in for watch list levels? Someone just PM'd me.
AVXL.
Thank you. Appreciate
EXK.
Hey TJ, were you selling those puts or did you buy those puts for Amazon?
No, I sold puts.
Good, good. I'm thinking this is gonna go up here.
UTSI. huge.
TT feeding the gamblers. Yep. That's me. YOLO. ODT.
ACBO.
Not much, Prabhu, but yes, we are on. Can you hear me at the moment? If I know we have had a bit of silence on here.
SQ. ACB.
Prabhu. Okay, perfect. Yeah, yeah. No, we weren't saying much, but I was gonna say if it isn't, then just restart the Discord. But yeah. Skyper, we can't help it. We can't help it.
True.
Honestly, if it's one thing I did right today, and I think I can be proud of myself for this, is just honestly being patient. Because, there were so many moves, the first 10, 15 minutes of the market. And I saw it and I was like, you know what, don't chase. Just set it out, wait to get another better setup. And yeah, position size accordingly, not trading too aggressively, taking a starter position, not just, take my initial and then just ride it out. So yeah, just small little things, little habits that, day in and day out will help you. And just sticking to your levels, right? Like, don't worry about what everyone else is doing. And, if you do take anyone else's trade, always do your own DD. That's another important thing. Because, you don't want to blame it on the other person if, you got caught in a bad trade. And especially, you don't even know what they did. They might have bought shares, you might have went in on options on ODTE, and then, you're down, and now you're like, oh, shit, I shouldn't have taken that person's trade, right? And they might have taken a starter and they've added to it. You're in calls, you're screwed, right? Or vice versa. It goes really well, and now you're really happy because you took their play. And the next time you take it, and you get burned. So, like, always do your own DD. It's not an option. No, it's not. But people do it, right? And you can't blame anyone else. It's your own job, right? It's your money. You have to manage it. So. Yeah, and Prabhu, of course, and thank you for your committing and being here. Control Z on bad trades. Yeah, honestly, whatever works, guys. TTD, yeah, I did mention it. That'd be on my watch list. Completely forgot about TTD this morning. But AMD Tesla played out nicely today. Docu, nice move as well. Well, Docu wasn't all that actually. It was okay. A couple dollars a share. And yeah, just managing my TDOC position. That's something I could let sit. It's very small. I'm 200, and then I could add.
FLDM. TTD. SNDL.
Ooh, those puts are doing good. Anyone get into that Amazon trade with me?
I got in the breakout in 32.71 about some calls for today's expiration date.
Oh, nice. How much are you up on those?
Uh, that little drop brought me back to break even. The little pullback right there in that 1 minute.
Mod.
Oh, you mean you just got in? Like on this breakout?
I got it 11.28, but I've kept averaging. So right
Okay.
now I'm up, right now I'm up $1 on the contract.
Good
It just
job.
moves so fast. Yeah. It's the beauty about Amazon, but it can break you. have respect for it.
APVL.
Always.
ZG.
Yep, I'm up $2 on those contracts right now.
ONCT.
What do you think, TJ? 3,300 today?
BLFS.
I can see 3,300. I mean, the market's doing good, but we're near the top on QQQ, right? So QQQ can go up another dollar before it hits that resistance area where we tanked from pre-market around 915-ish. SPY still has a way to go. So yeah, let's see. Man, Nvidia is killing it. This is amazing.
VISL. CMBM.
You know, the last time I got Nvidia at the $5 level, I scaled out too early, too much, too fast. Like I scaled out too much too early. So this time, I haven't scaled out anything. Just holding on to it. I don't think I scaled out anything. I might have, but just holding on to it to see if we can get over like that 570 and stay over.
Track.
That's crazy. I just made in 5 minutes what I did on a swing for Neo in 2 days.
That's why I like these larger contracts, the ones that cost more, because
Absolutely.
it's way better dollar per share. I mean, if you even talk to Soya, he'll tell you like the reason that our accounts are large is because of the big stocks. Like the big stocks are what really, we can use some size into, right? And as soon as you use more size onto something expensive, right, it's just way more profits. They move a lot more aggressively. Plus, I mean, ATR on Amazon is what, like $1.20 or something? Sorry, 120.
UTSI.
$1.15.
I got those contracts. I started getting in at 5, averaged all the way to 590, and they're at $9 right now. It's crazy.
Nicely done. I'm glad I got the bottom on that too. Like, most people are taught to take a quick loss. And if I did, I would have just stopped out on Amazon at the lowest price ever. So I'm glad I added instead of cutting it.
Yeah, good work on that trade, man.
Thank you. I wish I held on to this week's one. Like I would have been up like 90. I don't even want to check. Actually, I'm going to check. Gotta check. If I don't keep those mistakes in front of my mind, oh fuck. Yeah, I should have held on to that. I had it around like 20 something dollars and it's trading at $3 now. Wow.
Whoa. Whoa.
Yep, that's a miss.
SNDL.
So my average was around 21-ish. So yeah, that was a miss. And I got out at 12s. 12s to 10 is where I got out. So a lot of money on the table. I love selling these calls, like especially on Amazon since it's a $3,000 ticker. If you can find the direction right, you can just sell calls or puts. 1 day to expire. You usually make a good amount of money.
Just give me 3,300. I'll be a happy guy. I'll call it a day.
Man, Roku is killing it. Still holding that 250s. SQ new high of day, and Nvidia is still running up here. Zoom finally broke 500. 520 is my target, so I think I'm gonna start scaling out. Or should I be greedy?
CMBM.
You know what? I bought calls anyways. May calls.
A little bit of both.
460 calls. So you know what? I have 460 calls. Fuck it. I can always execute that. I'll take off the shares.
MTSI. TLRY. ACB. PETQ. AMRX.
Shit, there's not a lot on the bid side.
For Roku?
ZM.
Oh.
HEXO.
I'm still short SRRK. That's profitable now.
I forgot about that stock. What's it doing?
It peaked at 48. It's at 43 now.
TTWO.
Hey,
Trade-offs.
buddy.
I'm here listening. I can't talk much, but I'm listening to y'all. But I'm still looking at tickers and calling stuff out on chat. So
I have shares on Webull. Margin rate's not too bad.
hey guys, CVS's high a day is 66.66.
And guys, TTD, I did alert when it was actually good. That was the buy area back in 2018. We bought it after ER results were amazing. Same thing with OLED and Roku. They all had earnings on the same day, I believe. I actually closed my TTD position for one reason, because I had enough of the same day when they all have earnings on the same day, just way too hard for me to manage my positions at that time. So I closed it. I forgot when I closed it. I think it was back in March. Got stopped out on that one. We had that 20% correction, or was it 30?
All right, I have 10 contracts left on Amazon. I don't want to be terribly greedy here and give up all those profits.
Kern. LPCN.
I'd
UTSI.
short TDD. It's like a nice short setup. I'd say 840s.
REZI.
Here it'll probably bounce, but 840 would be a nice short entry.
These contracts are trading at 11.30 right now, and when TJ alerted it, they were at $3.50.
Damn.
That's just crazy. Wow.
What ticker was that?
Amazon.
God, I love Fridays.
Yeah, yeah. You just got to be right on the direction, and you can bank a lot of money here.
Who's reporting after hours, like major tech stocks? Do you guys have a list for that?
SNDL.
Someone posted the calendar earlier today,
I'll take a look. Appreciate it.
or that was probably.
Or just go on Twitter to earnings whisperer.
Got it. Thank you.
Like last night, I think.
Mogo.
This is amazing. I have 8 positions open. All of them are green.
Congrats.
I know it's a good feeling, right?
It's a good feeling, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I love about swing trading. It's like, there's some positions that went down today, but overall, man, like doing pretty good.
I know, this is amazing. Yeah, the volume on SRK is it's gone. It's non-existent. All the volume that took it to 48 just disappeared.
Yeah,
So
the
this should
problem
probably
is that even though the volume disappeared, it's still holding.
I'm not sure about why that's the case, but I mean, maybe I want to see it break 38. They have an offering, I guess, at 38.
CMBM.
I kind of saw the same thing on WWR. The volume went away and it's grinded lower over the course of like a few weeks.
MAXR.
Does anybody else see that gap fill on AYX back down to the 118, 119 level back from October 5th?
SOXS.
Damn it. I'm looking at the TTD chart and I was like, how did I miss this? And
Oh
I
yeah.
can't believe it. I did post about it and I didn't fucking buy it.
MAXR. LPCN. UEPS.
Mike, well done on AMD. Nice gains.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Well done, guys.
Did anybody else pick up any EA on the after hours dip?
I think it's a good pickup, especially for the next quarter.
Yeah, I picked up just a small position just to hold through the holidays.
ONCT. LASR. WSC.
Where did you pick up AMD, Mike?
This is what I love about volume profile. You can clearly see levels of support and resistance.
Yeah, that's a nice chart on Alteryx.
Man, I didn't get fill on that depth for Amazon.
But yeah, I'm keeping my stop tight on Alteryx here. Like I said, if it holds 118, great. If not, I'll exit. Blonde, what's the time frame on that Alteryx 4-hour? Is that 3 months?
TTWO. Higher.
Oh man, sucks I didn't get filled in that dip. It was a nice comeback. Okay, Amazon going for the 3,300, guys. Good work, Marsh. From that dip, 6 minutes later, we're up $5 a contract. It's crazy. Nice, nice. I put the bid a little bit lower than that. I put it at 550. That's why I didn't get filled. Good work, man.
AVXL. Fix. Shui.
Looks like ACB broke that 1075 wall.
Fix. ACB. MAXR. SNDL.
ACB 11 break.
NEPT. Airy. RBA. RBA. ONCT.
Oh, Amazon. Music to my ears. 3301.
GRPN. AVXL.
I only have 5
AVXL.
contracts left. Out of 15. Good work, Skyper.
You guys long on Amazon?
Yeah, I've been long since 32.76, around that area on the breakout. TJ has been long from the very bottom.
Right on. I held one overnight against my better judgment, so it's nice to see it coming back up to 3,300.
Nice.
Kern. SLQT. MCHP. SWTX. Kern. Fix. LAIX. MITK. MTA.
The Baba watch list level was perfect. Weekly view app and held strong support. You see the line of polarity there. So I'm still holding my position from yesterday. Cost basis is 284.
All right, today's has been really good to me, guys. I'm gonna call it a day.
Bro, I love it. Good
Joseph.
job.
Yeah, nice gains.
Thank you, guys. Have a good one. Enjoy your weekend.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try to get some sleep, catch up. Yeah. Man, I work till 3 a.m., so it's a struggle. Eastern time, and the market's open at 9, so I only get about 4 or 5 hours of sleep.
Maybe you spent the last 2 days pumping out a baby, so I know.
Congrats, man.
Thanks, bro.
Yeah, I have a 3-year-old, man. They're amazing.
I know. We're sitting in the after labor room. We'll be here for a few days, but pulled in a quick 500 just in the first 2 hours just sitting here. What other job can you do that?
Exactly, right?
It's crazy.
It's the beauty of what we do.
Yeah.
Like your first 10 boxes of diapers, man. That's how you're gonna start.
GTS.
Diapers cover for the next 2 years. 10 minutes of trading.
I just posted a picture. That's my day.
Bro, that's awesome. Congrats.
It's good stuff.
He's just chilling too. He was loving it.
Heck yeah. He's like, I'm gonna let Dad make his money.
Hospital Wi-Fi is okay. There's sometimes where I try to get in real quick on a bid or on a ask, and it like lags, and then I won't see it actually fill for like 30 seconds, but most of the time it's fine.
All right, boys, I'm out. Take it easy. Congrats again, bro.
See you, Joseph.
Thanks, Brody.
ACB. RBA. Roku.
I might sell the out of the money put on Rocket. Let me take a look at the IV.
The push over 3,300. Incoming volume.
Setup so wrong. No new positions.
Yeah, Blonde, I'm still hanging on to the 33.14 position on Amazon from last night. So it's nice
Wait,
to see that
what
one.
was your entry?
33.14 last night on that dip after the Bezos news. Was that like 10 or 15 minutes before close when they reported that he sold like 2 billion in stock? So nice to see that one rebound.
Kern.
I think that move up on Amazon just went red to green with that.
SOXS. IGC. ONCT.
Hey guys, whenever you get a chance, just
TTRX.
briefly take a look over at the Code of Conduct channel. These are guidelines taken from the CFA. We want all our members to follow this as closely as possible, please. There's a link.
TLRY. LASR. REZI.
Yeah, so we're here to share trading information. If you guys have any questions, feel free to PM me.
And one more thing, guys. Look, I'm not gonna like it. This sucks. This is the worst part of politics. This is why I'm not a
PXLW.
politician. Um, but there's a few people that are just acting so ridiculously, like childish. And honestly, we can't take that behavior. Like, we're not talking back to you guys. We'll never call you guys stupid. We'll never call you tyrants or anything like that. But attacking Blonde like that, and I saw the proof. It was just ridiculous. And then I asked them to hash it out together. They really didn't want to even work it out and get things under control. So
CORR.
in that sense, we had to kick Cypher. And I think it's only fair because we do have rules. If you don't stick to our rules, then people are just going to abuse those rules, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and guys, if there's a concern, you bring it up with me, no problems. But don't like name call. That's just insulting. I mean, that's petty for anyone. And we are always open to suggestions. We have a team chat for that very reason. That if anything goes wrong, we can talk to people. We can try and work things out. We don't always have to agree. I don't agree with Johnny on so much different levels, right? And he's my best friend for over like 8 years, right? So again, shit happens, but the overall group, like, you have to put your personal feelings aside. You have to be, if you're leading, like, even when I had to like suspend Johnny, it wasn't an easy decision, but I had to step in for the overall group, right? Even though my personal opinion is Johnny's amazing. 90% of everything he's done is amazing for the group, and he's helped a lot of people out. But then that 10% he needs to correct, and he needs some time to figure out how he's going to, implement the changes that's required, right? And again, that's something that they have to do. Now, as for Cypher, he maliciously, like, who makes a fake account and then posts a poll? Like, how much work you have to go through out of your day, to just a fake account?
SNDL.
Sorry. So that's why we banned him. There's other reasons too, but I'm not gonna air out everything. The main reason was just, you can't do that shit. Not fair. And he's an executive. For an executive, you're held at a higher standard than like a new member, right?
The code of conduct lays out perfectly the guidelines that every member should follow, especially when treating each other with a certain level of.
All right. And that being said, we'll go back to trading. No more talking about this bullshit.
Sounds good.
Gabe, come on, Gabe. You've been with UT longer than he has, but if you take a look at our click here to start, the rules literally state there: no discrimination, no hate speeches, no arguing. We're a team. Calling someone a tyrant, wouldn't that go under category number 9? And that's been our rule since day one. Being a respectful, decent human being is not a hard job. It's harder than being an asshole, but it's actually an easy job. Treat everyone like it's your mother. That's it. That being said, Let's go back to trading. Something has gone down because my portfolio went down. Ah, it's Tesla.
Oh shit, Tesla went down. So I've been watching that 428 earlier. Forgot about it. 428. I'm looking for the 425.
Is DM testing or drops drop below 500?
I am gonna see if we can get a test of 425 here for Tesla, and then consider a long depending on how we react at that level. I want to find the safest entry as possible for the days, so I don't get screwed. T-Dog, by the way, also seems to be holding this area around that like 206. I forgot to mention earlier, I did take a small add there to my position. So yeah, currently down, I think like $1 on it, but it's all right. Oh, by the way, so when we had the night crew talk last night, we were talking about meditation, and I'm glad a couple of you guys reached out about, getting into meditation and which apps to use. And a couple of you guys reached out regarding how your trading has improved. So thank you for that. For those that were not on, Insight Timer, and that's one of the main apps that I use. It has a lot of free functions. And there's also Calm and Headspace, which is recommended by Tim Ferriss. So definitely check that out. Start with guided meditations, 5 to 10 minutes a day before you start your training. Also before you go to sleep, that'll help a lot with your trading and it'll help you regulate emotions. So yeah, definitely consider that, right? It's a holistic approach.
Yeah, John. And I would also throw in, make sure you're, getting a little bit of exercise,
Ron.
right?
Yeah.
You get up from your desk, go out, go on a bike ride, take a walk, do something, get moving. It's proven to help, clear your mental space.
Yeah, I'm definitely with you on exercise. That's huge for me. For me, training, the meditation, they go hand in hand, as well as, a decent diet, because your gut health affects everything, right? You want a good microbiome, so all those things. Yeah, good one.
Muzak.
What's up, team? It's Lynn.
Yeah,
I downloaded the Insight Timer app, John, and I really liked it. I used it last night and this morning, and it did help me with my trading today.
Oh, that's amazing, brother. That's amazing. I'm glad that you're on that. The name, by the way. Your name, by the way, on the voice.
Oh, it's Justin.
Oh, Justin, yeah, we were just talking. Amazing, brother. I'm glad that you're on the Insight Timer and taking advantage. A lot of people, they read things and they just go over them and they don't do shit about it, So I'm glad you did. Try to make 5 to 10 minutes a day every day for the next 30 days and see how that impacts not just your trading but your life, how you manage. You make your decisions throughout the day, controlling your impulses. You're going to see a world of a difference, and then you'll pay it forward to people around you.
Like, it helps you like clear your mind as well.
Justin, did what I tell you make sense?
About the lower lows?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Because if you see, look, if you on that second one, when it hit the peak, and then it dropped back down, it hit a lower low, it pulled back a touch, and then it went even lower. So that would be
now
that first one would be my confirmation. Yeah, okay, when it pushes back up, then more than likely it's not gonna. But you also got to use volume confirmation, and so you know that this resistance level is a really good resistance level, and the reason why is that you have heavy volume into the resistance level, but very, very small candles. And so what that means is that
Hmm.
everything is just being absorbed.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Someone asked if I shorted Tesla. No, I was just watching those levels. I want to actually take a long, so I'm just waiting for a good entry, a good setup. So yeah.
But good call out on Baba. I actually got into that short. I got the
Oh,
Baba
nice.
scalp. Yeah.
Yeah, I did the same thing yesterday, but I didn't play it. I played the long side.
Yeah, Baba tends to move in a range. Its ATR is pretty consistent.
Yeah, I saw it was
Usually
like
when it gets to 3%, usually is its range. So yeah. And then something too, I know I say this all the time, but when something's in an uptrend and you want to gauge whether or not a pullback is a pullback or a pullback is a trend change, you want to see the volume on the pullback. If the volume on the pullback is decreasing and you're getting less and less volume as each candle closes, then more than likely that's just a continuation. But if you're getting heavier volume on the sell side and shorter volume on the buy side, then that's a higher indication of it being a true reversal at that higher level. So, like I said, nothing's 100%, but you always just want to try to stack the odds in your favor just for risk and reward.
RBA.
Yeah, guys, we know we have a bunch of shit going on right now, but let's just focus on business, and we're here to trade, make money together, and teach and learn. So let's just focus on that, and yeah. Also, guys, keep in mind there are a lot of people that are new. They're, you know, sitting here trying to learn from people. You know, especially if it's the first day, the first week, and all they do is read a bunch of drama on people fighting going on. Like they don't have no idea what you guys are talking about. So let's be respectful of everyone that's showing up here trying to learn and try to benefit from the team, and instead of what we're doing right now, because this is not helping anyone right now.
Yeah, we should just keep the chat to trading.
Okay, we're gonna make a rule right now. This is the rule, okay? Ready? Trading chat is reserved for making stock calls. If it's not a stock call, you're not allowed to post in trading chat anymore. That's it. Does that sound reasonable?
Yep, I'm with that.
The next time somebody posts something that's not related to stock trading, it becomes read only.
You can feel that tension, Blonde. It's like dad just hit mom at the dinner table. That's good stuff, man.
Damn, kid's killing it. Holy shit.
Nicely done. 41K.
Uzak.
I could use an extra 41K. So I did mention earlier around that 206 with T-Dog. It did bounce off that area. Not much
Fix.
volume, but
Kern.
keeping an eye here. And I haven't done anything with Tesla. I'm still watching Tesla. I would prefer a 425. I don't know. We'll see.
Whoever's watching Rocket for a break over 21, you got it.
Roku.
Looks like it's weakening though.
AVLR.
But yeah, my goodness, kid, 42K. That's awesome.
SNDL.
I would be more comfortable seeing if we can have Docu break over that like 208. I'm looking at the volume profile and break over, yeah, that 207.89 ish,
LMNL.
207.96. Yeah, pretty much just say 208. We can get over that 2.8. I'll be pretty comfortable holding it. We've been in that range, just been kind of consolidating, going sideways most of the time, so.
SQ is almost at 200.
Jeez, I can't believe that thing was just at the 160s. I thought that was high.
That was on the watch, right?
I don't recall. Like I haven't fully been on here. Like I mean, I see the watch list. I'm the one that posted on a lot of the other socials. So just yeah. Hopefully get my head straight by next week, and yeah. We do also have to Tesla here, but I'm still hesitant. I feel like I get a better entry.
REZI. UTSI.
Jesus, anybody see Unity today?
Kern.
Ticker U.
No, I haven't. Let me pull it up.
Huge.
Did TJ mention it? Yeah,
Yeah,
I
it
was
He
on
did.
work calls early morning, so I wasn't able to be on boys.
He did say something about you, but I didn't even check it. Actually, I was too occupied with another trade. Holy shit, that's a nice run. I'm looking at Baba here as well on the 5. We could break above this and get a nice push up. And then we get a move to 300 possibly, and then yeah.
Wait, you're looking for a break over what, like 297?
Yeah, exactly. This is a potential play. I mean, if anyone's scalping or whatever. Yeah, I don't really. I feel like my mental edge is down. I'm kind of exhausted, so I'm just kind of watching for now. If I can see Tesla go back to that 425, I might consider that. I still have T-Dog. T-Dog is in the green right now. I want to see if we can break out of that range on T-Dog. Yeah, I do actually have to leave soon to go to the shop, so deal with my car stuff. So yeah, considering.
I'm still holding the Etsy January call. I bought it around 122. I got the 125, so it's pretty good. It's pretty well in the money now. I'm thinking about taking assignment, but I'm not sure.
Looks like Amazon's getting near pre-market high. Actually, no, there was another. Did Amazon hit 33.30 in pre-market? See that weird candle? Was that like around 7:50 in the morning?
I have $3,330.30 as pre-market high.
Yeah, that's the one I see too. That weird candle at
APVO.
7 this morning. That long top wick.
SNDL.
Apple's approaching high of day.
MAXR. ACB. UTSI. ALTR.
Baba just made a new high.
LASR.
Yeah, Baba, I want to see it over that 297. See if we can get it moved to 300. I did close up my T-Dog position. There's a couple dollars profit, but yeah, I just want to hold it. It was just annoying. Wasn't doing much, and I do have to leave soon, so I'm not going to be able to monitor it when I'm out. So yeah, I just closed it out. I'm pretty much all cash now. Yeah, I've got like literally like a few shares of Docu, but that's like nothing. I closed out like 95% of my, yeah, over 95%. I'm like probably closer to like 98, 99% cash. So pretty much we're like all cash, just sitting here. Tesla is pretty much the only thing I'm really watching right now. And I don't want to be holding anything over the weekend. I am tired of bag holding bullshit, and we had a crazy run up for the last few days. That's the other reason. So yeah, I don't want to take that risk over the weekend. I mean, yeah, sure. Someone's probably gonna make some good money on it, but I'm good. I'm all right. I can make money on Monday. My average on Docu is 229.51, and it's only a few shares, Sassy. I was holding a ton, but I mentioned yesterday I sold it off around the 242s. Bought back the dip yesterday, sold it again around 358, and yeah, and then I traded it again today. So
There's the break over 297.
nice. So we can look for a push up to 300 and see how it reacts there at the 300 mark. Damn, and you still pushing. That's crazy. Sassy, yeah, same thing. I want to, we did have a crazy run up on Docu. I think not yesterday, I think the day before was like 11, 12% move too. So yeah, I'd be more
ARGL.
comfortable if we can get it back under again, at least to like low 220s, and then start to scale in again. I'd be happy if we can get back to 200 again. I know that's a stretch, but yeah, I'm gonna be a lot more patient. Docu does some wild shit. Good work, Justin. I'm glad. Yeah, the ability to adapt and to change your mind and remove your bias, it's not easy. So it's very important. I know on my days where like my mental edge is down, I'm not very good at that, and it's something that needs work. So yeah, like I remember K Biggs and a couple others talked me out of like AMD, and I was just so stuck on my bias, and like I was blind to like everything else. So it's just like, oh, I missed the last AMD run up on earnings. I'm not missing it this time, and like that should have just dug a nice hole for me. So yeah, if you see something going against you, like literally look at what's in front of you. Forget your own bias, your own opinion. If the shit looks like it's not going well for you, and you're looking at price action, you're looking at volume, and it's just to get the fuck out, literally get out, and you can reverse it or just watch, right, and just see how it reacts. You don't have to do something. Yeah, I did. On the plus side, I did get back in on AMD a couple of times and day traded and made my money back. So
Yeah, I was with you on the AMD up to earnings. Then they did us dirty and dropped that report in the morning.
yes, it is very dirty. That was very nasty. Was not pleased. And then we had the whole market tank too. That wasn't fun either. But I did buy in and scale out slowly.
Hey, it's Jim. How's everyone doing?
Hey, Jem, how is everything? I know
It's
you
all
had
good.
stuff.
Yeah, I have a an event today. Let's not talk about what the event is because it's not a happy event.
Of course, of course. No, I thought you already went to it and came back. So.
Well, you know what? I thought it was at 10, but actually it's at 2. So I was
Okay.
getting ready and I realized there would be nobody
REZI.
there.
Shoot. Well, at least you're here with us, you know, for now. So,
Hmm.
how's everything going? How's your trading? Are you in anything for the day?
No, I didn't trade today because my head wasn't going to be there.
That is very disciplined. Good on you. That's very good on you.
Yeah, that's the other thing too. Like,
Sorry to interrupt you. We're talking about the run up. What sometimes helps is looking at the higher time frames. Everyone seems to forget about those, but they work quite well. You know, you can always get out because you're at your high, and you can look at the higher time frame. If the higher time frame looks good, then you can get back in on a dip. I was just continuing to something that you had said previously about the chart. I find too many people forget about the higher time frames. They just focus on the minute or the 5 minutes when the higher time frames are actually what pushes the ticker.
yep, I think you're right.
Mm. You'd be surprised, but even the weekly chart, the higher time frame on the weekly chart has a big effect as well. You think, oh, well, I'm only day trading, but it makes if you have everything, all the stars aligning in the trend in all time frames saying the same thing, your play is going to be much more successful.
Yeah, we had this talk. Reason being is because short term is not as confirmed. If you go out longer, it's just more confirmed.
Mm-hmm. Well, like every wave of price, right? You're gonna have those higher lows and higher highs. Higher highs and higher lows. That's right. So you just have to let the chart do its thing.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Sorry, go ahead.
I just said agreed. My bad, go on.
No, I was gonna say, yeah, like I'm guilty of that too sometimes, you know, where I get so caught up. So now I've been focusing on kind of taking a step back, looking at like you said yesterday, you know, like don't just take the setup for the fact that it looks like a decent setup. Like look for, high quality setups. You know, you have to sit sniper and just wait for that opportunity, and that's what I did today. Like there's so many times I could have jumped into Tesla today again after I did in the morning, and I'm just sitting here waiting it out, and I'm just gonna wait for shit to hit my targets, hopefully before I have to leave. I was actually supposed to leave around 12, but here I am. So hopefully before I leave, if we can get around there and I can, have some alerts set and get in.
Like TJ said, wait for those Beamer stock alerts, the BMW ones.
The Beamers and the Benzes, yeah. I remember I used to do that a lot because there were a lot of opportunities in August and taking these like mediocre setups because on the 15 and the 30, whatever, the 1 hour looked like okay, but like I mean the 1 hour is decent, but I mean there's some setups that really I shouldn't even be taking, and some that you just get out on a shorter time frame where it made no sense. Like I could have held those plays and got like 2 times my profit target. And what I get out for a couple of dollars, but that also has to do with other factors too, right? That your own psychology, your relationship with money, some deep rooted stuff. So, yeah, I mean, we're all work in progress still, right? So, cheers to learning. Spy looks kind of interesting here.
TLRY
Yeah, and some stuff is like stuff that we know. It's like Captain Obvious, but it's like harder to execute, right? Like, okay, just a simple example. You know, I got in on AMD today around that 80. I think it was around 80. Is it 83? Some shit. Okay, let's just say okay, whatever. I got on 83. I normally would have just, back then I would have probably just taken my position like that's it. That's that one position I'm in, and I'm gonna wait for it to do its thing, right? Took a starter instead, right? Yeah, sure, it could go up, and I might miss it, but it's all good. Let me take a starter. Let's see what happens. Runs up a little bit, pulls back, right? It goes a little bit below that 83. Took another ad, waited it out, and what I added back, I took off, at the next 50 cent move, right? Normally, I would have just tried to hold the whole thing, right? So I waited, took off partial, right? It hit that 84. Well, it was a little bit higher than 84, whatever. I took off another partial, and then I took off a third partial, right? And on the other account, I held it to about 84.9. And that one, and then I just took it off. It ran up, yeah, I missed some profits, but it's okay. I moved on to my next trade, right? And all that was just me just controlling my greed on the account that I sized up, and I took the
Teva.
starter. I wouldn't have done that, back then, right? It would have been like, oh, you know what, all these shares at this price, if I hold it for another $1, $1.50, I can make X amount. And then when it pulls back, now you don't want to let it go, right? And you just fuck up your whole trade, right? And sometimes it goes against you. Sometimes you get lucky, but then you got to look at, can you do this trade over 100 times with the same strategy and profit, or does it backfire on you? Yeah, like for me, I know it was greed, right? Because yeah, and you read in every book, and everyone says, yeah, scale out, take some profits, and allow you to hold your trade longer. Yeah, sure. I think most of us know that in here at this point. But for me to tell myself, okay, don't be greedy. Like, yeah, you might make a little bit less, but it'll help you stay in the trade. That is what needed work, right? So, thank you, Justin. JC, people fighting for your spot, right?
Yo, legit 1 second before I'm about to post, I see them posting it.
It's all good. Just post it again, it's all good.
I'll just put some other input.
Oh, for sure. How's your trading going today, brother?
Not bad at all, dude. TTW has banged for me.
Damn. Did you catch you?
I caught the bottom on that one, 165. This is my long term, so I was just scaling and scaling and scaling.
Amazing. Good on you, bro.
Yeah, you're changing to IB?
Yeah, most of my trading is on IB today. A lot easier, yeah. I'm gonna be sorry, my bad. You were saying something and I kind of interrupted. Sorry.
Yeah, that's my bad too. Isn't the shorting a lot better with IB?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is. Because like I don't have to go jump like with TD. I have to jump from my shorting account to the other account and like toggle back and forth, which is annoying. Plus, a shit ton of money in fees. So like my entries and exits aren't, the best. So I was supposed to move the money from TD yesterday, and I didn't get around to it. This morning, I was like, "Fuck it, we'll just trade with it, and then I'll move it tonight after 12 when it clears." So I'm gonna move that money over to IB. Yeah, because it's so much money in fees, man. I still remember when TJ got me to first move, start moving the money, and I saw such a huge difference, like literally doubling my percentage for the day on equities. So
that's amazing.
Such a huge difference, right? Like, I mean, that 2% versus that 4%, because I'd be giving up so much just in like my trading fees. I remember sometimes I'd be paying like $200, $400 a day on like a small account just to be in and out. And it's like, what the fuck? I'm literally giving my profit back to the bank, to the broker. So
Yeah, that's kind of how what TradeNet was like. It's like only $1.50 away, but it adds up. $3 a trade then, and then so you need to calculate what at least $10.
Oh, I mean, at least that's not bad, bro. Like, I mean, like, with TD, oh, rap, good work, brother. Yeah, with TD, like, I would be paying $10 per trade. Like, so imagine, with my reduced rate at some point, I had, $7, which is still a lot, right? And then if you're trading options too, then your base fee plus the contract, I think it's like I could be wrong. I'm pretty sure it was like $1.25, somewhere around there. So that really adds up. Especially if you're in and out, man, I could easily do like 80, $100 a day, like easily.
I keep forgetting you're in Canada.
Yeah, fuck, man. If we had $1.50 as like as a low, oh, people would be like, celebrating, honestly.
It'll happen sooner or later for you guys, hopefully.
Yeah, hopefully. I mean, but then again, they downgrade all the service too when they do that. Not IB, but like, you know, I know like Toss did that, right? And then they had shitty fills and all that stuff after. I mean, we still have issues. Like yesterday, I couldn't. It worked out in my favor for this time at least, but I couldn't like get into my TD. Like it would keep crashing or wouldn't allow me to click on my position, so I couldn't even close the position. And I tried like 50 times, and by the time I finally got in, I was able to actually close higher profits on Tesla, which is good. But then, I was just trying to get out for so long that by the time I got out, then it ran up another couple dollars, and I was like, fuck. So
Yeah, TJ kind of called that. He's like, once we stop paying commissions, Toss is going to go downhill.
yeah, it's honestly what a shit show. But yeah, I might consider another broker as well. I mean, IB is great. The only thing with IB, I don't know about for you guys with IB, is that the data lags, right? So like the prices are not updating at like it's not accurate, right? So like I could be looking at like for example like Docu and like that might not be the exact price. The only thing that will be accurate for sure is like what my P&L is and unrealized P&L and all those other things. But it even says actually at the top, like right now, under Docu, it's right under the bid, it says delayed price. So I mean that's not good. So yeah, I guess everything has its pros and cons, right?
Well said.
Thank you, sir. June, Quest Trade. I have not tried it. I know that their fees are like 5 times what IB says though. Or more. I'm pretty sure it's around $5. Yeah, it should be around there. Oh, that could be at MC. Yeah, that might be it. And been trading. You don't have any delayed data. That's amazing. Are you on the Canadian side? Oh, okay, Bintrin. Huh. I'm guessing because I know someone just mentioned something about the data subscriptions. I don't have that set up for IB. I should actually get around to that maybe this week. Well, Friday. Fuck. Yeah, maybe by next week I'll get around to that. I think it might be the subscriptions. Master of Dead, yes, of course. Stock books, yes. I mean, anything that you read to help you retain your information better, you should, so that information can go from your short-term memory storage to your long-term, right? And another thing you can do when you study is when you have some sort of an emotional connection to something, when you're trying to store that, like using certain examples, so many different methods, but it'll allow you to store that information better. If you always look back at certain events that have a strong emotional connection, you remember them, right? Versus ones that aren't very emotionally significant for you. And highlighting, it's funny. Although many of us we highlight a whole bunch of shit, and you know, it's not the greatest when it comes to retaining information. Um, I remember learning that in psychology actually when we had to do the learning chapter. It's yeah, it's not the most I guess beneficial.
I feel for me, it helps things like just stand out more.
It does, but remember, we have to consider how much of that information you're retaining. Like, we can highlight a whole bunch of stuff, right? We can close the book, and 3 days later, ask yourself how much of that information you can actually recollect, right? But grouping information into chunks, that definitely helps, right? So something you can do is like before you start your chapter, go through all the specific headlines and everything, right? And and certain concepts you can kind of group together and like a little web. I forget what they call it, but yeah, just chunking information will help you remember it easier. Been trading, I think it's more like delay in like seconds. I don't have level 2 on there. I have it on the TD side. I haven't been using the IB a whole lot, but I'm going to be. I was using it more for like swing trades and like longer term. But at this point, I'm just fed up with TD. So, and I've never had IB crash on me once. Like, it's ridiculous. Like, I've sometimes got into a position on TD, and then I can't find the position. Like, you literally do not see your trade, but it's there. And then by the time it finally shows up, well, now you're down on the trade. So it's really, yeah, can't deal with that anymore.
IGC.
And once again, guys, I'm on TD on the Canadian side, not TOS. Adam, so it's not that because we do have a lot of system problems with TD. Um, it's not the internet, unfortunately. But thank you, though. Appreciate it. Oh, and Adam, it's not like an everyday thing that it happens, right? But it does occasionally happen, especially on big trading days. It happened, what was it, yesterday? Yeah, yesterday or the day before, yeah.
Microsoft had a nice recovery after that morning dip.
Oh, I didn't even take a look at Microsoft. Take a look. Tesla's trying to get some increased volume here. Interesting. Sitting around that 430 mark.
ALTR.
Yeah, might run into resistance here. Just looking at volume profile, Tesla, that is.
Tesla, right? Yeah, I'm looking at that too in the volume profile. Yeah. I'm hesitant. Like I've been sitting here just waiting for this thing. I'd be more comfortable, honestly, with 428 or like 425 around there. 428, I was still hesitant to pull the trigger. Yeah, I think if we see like 425, I'd be pretty comfy getting it long. I've been trying to avoid shorting shit. Like it's just something psychological, though, nothing to do with the actual charts. Um, Are you considering the long side on Tesla, like looking for a long position, or?
No, I was just looking at it since you mentioned it.
Thanks for that. And
But yeah, that's where I see you on volume profile. Kind of right where we're at. You got that long candle on volume profile.
yeah, I'm with you on that. So I'm still pretty hesitant. Got a nice little volume increase on the candle prior on the 5, and then we're pulling back here on like hardly any volume. But yeah, I don't know. See.
MTEM.
But yeah, I'm not really looking at anything else today. I'm just kind of watching things.
Yeah, that's smart. I'm talking to myself right now, asking myself if I should just sit on my hands and just chill out for the rest of the day, or or what. I'm literally like $16 away from hitting that round number, that milestone, and I mean, it means nothing. I mean, I can go and hit a trade on Monday, and just it's not like it's $16. It's not like um, but I think a part of me, it's some OCD bullshit where I'm like, I just,
Yep.
it's like whatever it is, 10,000, 100,000, doesn't matter. It's just like there's that like $16, to hit that round number, and it'll be one hell of a Friday. But if I go and lose some of that money back, I'm not going to be happy today. Monday, whatever, that's a different story. But close the Friday.
Yeah.
Hey,
No,
Kazma,
yeah, man.
you see what I see on your chart?
Sorry, what is that?
You see what I see on your chart?
You're referring to Tesla pulling back right now?
Nah, the formation.
Which time frame are you looking at?
The chart that he posted.
Oh shit! Sorry, I didn't even see it because the Discord scrolled up. I didn't realize people were still typing after that.
Oh, the pennant. Yeah.
Massive wedge. I love that. Look at all that volume profile on where it's at too. Thanks for sharing that.
Thanks
Yeah,
for calling that out. I didn't even catch it.
Yeah, thank you, both of you guys. Like, I didn't even see that. I literally, I guess my chat was scrolled up, so I didn't even realize someone posted after that.
Yeah, that's teamwork right there.
Very good teamwork.
Baba over 298 now.
Dream team, baby.
Very nice, very nice.
Good call, John.
Thank you, all of you guys, for great teamwork. Yeah, the main thing that stands out for me is the volume profile where it's sitting at on Tesla here. And we can kind of see something like that as well with Docu, our good friend Docu, around on the 15, around that 231.23 ish on the volume profile.
I wonder if Alteryx is going to struggle to hold this 118 level. All day it's been walking that line.
AGFS.
Mick Jagger, have a good one, brother. Enjoy it. Yeah, I'm a little bit iffy with Spy here. We get a nice rejection in the last 5 minutes as well.
Yeah, I've got a pretty tight stop on Alteryx here. So if it hits it, then it hits it. No big deal.
REZI.
Is Alteryx at, like, I think someone posted, I think like AYX or like some shit like that?
That's the one. Yep.
I I have no comment.
I guess we're being serenaded.
Yeah.
That's W. Casey. All right, hang on a second, John. I'm gonna start singing.
I had no complaints this time, you know. I think we got all attention today.
You don't want that, Jay-Z. Every glass in your house will shatter.
Yeah. Oh man, y'all ruined his music, man. I was trying to vibe. Yeah. So Tesla did come down from that area we were focusing on the volume profile. So I'm glad I did not jump into any position. I'm still sitting here waiting cash.
Yeah, everything's coming down.
Yeah, guys, now is meditation hour, you know?
Like I felt better about everything coming down while I was listening to that, but now
Yeah, honestly, I did. I
moving
did.
my screen.
If it was someone else with the hot mic, I would have been like, "Come on," you know. But he had that music going on, you know, everything coming down. I was like, all right, I could work with it. I mean, maybe if I was in a position, I might be a little bit stressed, but yeah, I'm very happy. Like I almost pulled the trigger on Tesla. Like I was ready for it, you know, just waiting, and I was like, you know, crouching tiger. I had the whole thing going on. And I was like,
That's not over yet.
Yeah, we're not over yet.
It makes a lower low here.
LTHM. LTHM.
I think we'll try something here. Maybe a small position.
I'll join you.
Yeah, SPYs are going to push back up as well. I feel like we could pull back to that like 430 area, and we'll see.
got stopped down at
Kern.
Alteryx.
Shit.
That's all right. If it goes down to that 115, 109 range, I'll look down there. But yeah, I think mainly over the next couple of weeks, I'm just going to look at areas where I can add to DraftKings.
I heard DraftKings did take a bit of a beating, right?
Yeah, they dipped pretty hard. They came all the way down to 35.
Holy. I remember looking at it somewhere in like the 40s, and someone said to wait it out. It doesn't look like a good idea. And I think TJ kind of chimed in on it too and said there's already been a lot of people that wrote it all the way up and start taking their profits. So chill out. That would have been a bad bag hold. I don't mind bag holding Docu, but I can't bag hold DKNG. Let's see if we can kind of hold this area here on Tesla.
Whole thing just locked up.
SRPT.
Yeah, AMD is something else today. Like, yeah, sure, I got out. I'm not even sad that I missed an extra $1.50, almost $1.50. It's all good, but I'm surprised. Like, that is quite a run we've had today with AMD.
Yeah, it's been good.
That's what I was waiting for like 2 weeks ago. I'm fed up with that shit now. And you is still pushing too.
Makes me sad that I'm not in you anymore. I was in back around like 67.
Ah, shit. Oh, hey, at least you're. I mean, I didn't even get a chance to get my feet in this.
We got in around 67 for just a handful because I don't trade large quantities, but got in around 67 and got out around 90. So it was pretty good.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Looking at Baba here. I would hope you guys do not get a nice knife down, and hopefully it's an area you can add instead.
Amazon, you're breaking my heart.
Damn. Justin, I don't know if you have calls or shares. If you do, just and if you're in some good profits, don't get greedy. Set your stops in case it does break below here.
See if we can get a bounce on Amazon here around the 200 EMA, around 32.90-ish.
Yeah.
MRAM. CORR. APPN. Kern.
It's like Tesla is squeezing here on the 5-minute.
Yeah, I'm watching Tesla too. I've got that eagle eye. Wow, good work, tape reader, man. You killing it, man. Holy.
Fix.
Whoa, yeah, that's amazing.
Maybe I can switch P&Ls with some of you guys, you know?
Right?
I wouldn't mind at all.
That's the mentality that gets people to play options.
Oh, well, yeah, that's true too.
Like, how did I get those gains?
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I forgot about that part.
Come on, you preached on that too.
Yeah, yeah. Like, and I'm glad, like, you know, because you know, whatever it is, you know, as long as you guys are making your money and you know, you guys are keeping it safe, that's all that matters.
I try to tell everyone, have your own PTs, so it's more realistic.
Yeah, exactly. According to our own account size. Because, guys, it gets very easy to get caught up. Like, yes, I'm happy for everybody that makes a killing in here, but don't get caught up comparing your P&L with theirs. I'm sure we're all guilty of it. I know I am. I can speak from my own personal experience. You know, I used to see people make X amount of money in different chats. I'm like, holy shit. But you don't see all the years they've committed. You don't see the mistakes they make behind the scenes. And I'm not speaking about tape reader specifically, but you know, a lot of people that post their profits in chats where you don't see what their losses look like, right? And you don't know what account size they're playing with. You don't know how many times they got burned and they had to build that shit up. They had to, you know, go through years of learning. You don't know what their process is, what they deal with. You don't know how many streams of income they have that allows them to take on risk without worrying, you know, so you don't know any of that stuff, right? So most important thing you can do is just focus on your account, what you're working with, to manage your own risk, and just improve your own process. And if you can learn something from those people and, you know, maybe ask them for some advice or, you know, whatever it is, then that's awesome, you know, but don't get too caught up in worrying about other people's P&Ls and yours, because that'll just lead to a whole shit show. Because then you're like, oh, you know what, I made 200, but I'm not happy because another guy made 2,000. That's jokes. He's supposed to 2,000, you know? So don't get caught up in that, right? Because yeah, there's just so much else behind it.
I threw some reality back into the chat for folks.
No, that's good. That's a very beautiful P&L too.
Negative 2,700. I mean,
I've seen worse. My own accounts. So
but it happens, man.
yeah, I mean it happens. I mean, what the hell? It's part of the game, right? Everyone has losing days, and if they don't post their losing days, well, you can sure as hell bet they do have them. You just don't get to see them. You don't have the privilege of seeing such beautiful things. So yeah.
Talk about like meditation and exercise too, but like if you have one of those days where you take just an absolute beating, like I took a bath back in the beginning of September when they pulled the rug on tech, and I stopped. I took a break for like 2 weeks because I knew my head wasn't going to be in the right space. So feel free to get up and walk away when you know you're not in the right headspace.
Yeah, that's super important. And it's so hard to actually do until you get to a place where you're like, oh, yeah, that's easy. But you got to remember when you're first starting out, it's not easy, right? Like for you to just unplug, to walk away and be like, okay, I'm going to go and meditate. I'm going to go chill out and go over my mistakes versus you sitting there behind the screen, clicking buttons, waiting for that next trade to revenge trade and make that money back you just lost, right? So, yeah, like it's a process, right? And if you're not there yet, as long as you keep putting in that work to improve yourself, not just to sit there and study reading trading books, but to improve yourself, your own daily habits, right? It's a holistic approach, right? It's not like, for example, like your diet, right? You putting garbage into your body, shit that's not making you feel good. You show up feeling sluggish. Let's say you had a couple of drinks last night, or you smoked a ton of, whatever, right? And you're gonna show up, a little bit groggy. You're not gonna be at your 100%. You had shit sleep. Maybe you got 3-4 hours of sleep for the last 3 days. Maybe you're going through some of the life shit that I mentioned that I'm going through, right? So all of these things come into play. It's not just like one thing. You look at the chart and you go find a nice setup. Maybe you find a nice setup, right? Based on your technical abilities, but based on whatever's going on in your own brain, you can't manage your trade well, and maybe you get out early. Maybe you hold it and you don't cut it. You get out with the loss. So there's all these other factors to consider too. Yeah, percentage is honestly a lot better because, yeah, it is. Because, yeah, everyone has a different account size that they're playing with. Percentage is a lot more realistic. I mean, at the end of the day, like, yeah, we're here comparing P&Ls and percentage, but at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. Like, and I've spoken about this before too. Like, when I have my losses and I speak about it openly, I don't care because at the end of the day, it's my bank account. I got to deal with the consequences of that. I got to go home and I got my own bills to pay for it. Nobody else here, right? So same thing with my wins, right? So I'll share them because someone might be able to learn from my mistakes, right? And how I messed up. But aside from that, I mean, it really doesn't matter. At the end of the day, as long as you're happy with whatever is in your account, that's the most important shit. Because no one else here benefits from that, right?
Yep, 100%.
Yeah, and I think we can get we can encourage people to meditate more. That's something that one of my mentors always preached to me. I was talking about this last night in Night Crew for those that were there, and it was a while back, but when he sat down and before he taught us, he said, if you can't meditate for 5 minutes a day for 30 days, you don't deserve to trade, right? You're not disciplined. And people sat there like, oh, well, I work out, I do this, I do that, I'm disciplined. And he's like, no, that's discipline without any risk, right? Like when you go to work out, there's no risk that you're putting on, right? For you to consider that, that level of discipline. But when you show up and you're trading, that's a different level of discipline, right? Like you not being able to execute on a trade, like you're putting on risk, right? Like that's a different level of discipline. So for you to be able to regulate your emotions when you show up every day, that's the reason he wants us to meditate. So it's like every day, it doesn't matter. I was like, I work 16-hour days. He smiled and he looked at me and said 5 minutes. And if you don't have 5 minutes, if you're too busy, then you should probably do 10, right? And if you don't have the 5 to 10 minutes in your day, you don't have a life, right? So that was a huge game changer for me when I was consistently meditating. And then I noticed, like, for me, one of my bad little, I guess, traits, whatever you want to call it, is when I go on like a losing streak or when I'm bag holding, I'm not trading, whatever happens, I start to fall out of these practices, right? For meditating consistently, and then to pick it back up again, it's tough. So, I'm working on getting back to 7 days a week as well with meditation. So, we can encourage each other to do that. I think it'll be beneficial to everyone. It can't harm you, of course. There's definitely no downside to it. It'll improve your entire life. It'll improve the lives of the people around you. So yeah, like I have like literally, someone that I'm talking to right now that is a doctor and doesn't even do it and just started doing it. And a week after they started meditating, they got their friends to start meditating. So, it has a
ACB.
All right, we got some volume picking up. So let's find some plays.
LASR.
There's a nice pullback on CGC.
SQ.
Let me know if those answers help you, Genedy.
someone with the hot mic again. At least last time we had some decent music. Guys, if we're gonna do a hot mic, we need consistent music. We need good music. Okay, we can't have little in and outs. Okay.
MITK.
We're getting a little bit of volume here on T-Dog. I'm not in the position anymore, but I do want to see a break out of the range. I think that'll be a better play for me if I want to get back in there.
Tesla's still coiling.
I know Tesla's pissing me off. I want see watching Tesla. I move already, you know.
Here at 429 with a very small position just to see which way it's going to break.
Yeah. I didn't want to take an ad on it yet. I'd be more comfortable at that 425. So took a small ad. I think I was kind of losing my patience, which isn't good. I'm not proud of myself for that. But I was looking at the volume profile and I was like, yeah, it might be a good area to. Yeah, let's see.
I mean, if it breaks out of the coil here, it's going to, and breaks down, 425, 424 would be a good area.
Yeah. Oh, so I did DD on T-Doc? I didn't even know that. It was fun playing T-Doc. I think around like August. That was fun, man. Good times. Ridiculous moves. Like I would take a huge, I would leave so much money on the table with T-Doc. Those are good times. You could catch a $10 move and still have it go up another 10.
EA looks to be pulling up after that drop in after hours yesterday.
I think someone mentioned it earlier, how they had like an overreaction or something. I didn't really look too much into it. I never traded EA.
No, I didn't either, but I was just looking for anything last night that gapped down.
That's smart. I was too focused on the gap ups. You should have been doing that too. Ironically, I didn't end up playing any of them. I guess I wanted to play it a little bit safer today. But I was looking at like Neo, Roku, and a few others. But I didn't end up playing shit. Yeah, I just ended up AMD, Tesla. Small move on DocQ. Hardly anything on T-Doc. I just got out with a small profit. I think that's pretty much it for the day.
I scalped some ACB. Made a little bit there. Just been watching. I've still got 20 shares at DraftKings at $36, so just letting that run. AMD, I'm still holding a little bit of that. I got 25 shares there at 78, 71.
A good average. Damn. Diamond hands holding that.
Yeah, I'm just like at this point, those are ones I just want to hold and just add on any pullbacks and just let them continue to run.
Smart. And you have a good average too, so that helps. Yeah, I remember actually you were showing me for that. Yeah. That was good work. Yeah. I wish I held mine a little bit longer, but I don't know. I'm not really comfortable over the weekend. I don't know. We've had such a crazy run up too, like, we could just gap up on Monday. Who knows, right? But I just want to take that kind of chance and stress over the weekend. I want to relax the weekend. I really need one at this point, so.
Yeah, I'm hoping to just, I picked up one share of Amazon yesterday at 33.14. It's back there now. I wasn't going to hold it overnight, and then I decided now I'll see what it does. Because yesterday was just a narrow range bar, a doji. I was like, it could reverse or it could go up further, but it went against me. So I'm hoping to take a little bit of profit here today. I'm not going to hold that one over the weekend.
Yeah, just 'cause you never know. See, with Amazon, I was like, I already missed my move, so I was like, whatever. I think I was too hesitant to take the trade. I was eyeing it. Oh, right. I remember, and I was bag holding, I think, some shit too, at the time, and all the stuff was going on at the same time. I didn't want to buy it, but I was telling my sister, so I help her manage one of her accounts. So I was telling her to watch out. Amazon was under that 3K. We were, I think, 2,980-ish, like somewhere around there. And I was like, okay, watch out for around, I think it was 2,926, like somewhere around there. And then I monitored after that. So then the next day I was like, fuck, like, and it went over that 3K. I remember being back at 30.50 and I was like, let's see. And then I took my eyes off it and I did its thing. So
no, it was going sideways yesterday, and then news came out about Bezos dumping $2 billion in shares yesterday, which is just, it's just a regular course of business, right? It's the quarterly sale. He has no control over that, but it immediately went from like 33.50 down to 33.10. I was like, I'll scoop some up on that news, right? So just never recovered.
Yeah, I did see that. I think someone posted it. Something with Bezos selling off a portion. I was like, okay, cool. Let me just see how this thing plays out. Yeah, I don't know if anyone's watching T-Doc right now. If you look at the last 30-minute candle there, getting some nice volume kicking in. That was a nice move. I could have
Yo, 2 billion is nothing for Bezos.
Yeah, yes, that's true.
He's 173 billion. I'm looking at Amazon with SPY. It looks like the correlation was mainly with SPY. I'm not seeing much of a dip on Amazon because of the selling.
Oh, okay. So it was more that SPY sell off yesterday, like 10 minutes before close.
Yeah, the charts look pretty identical. If you sold like 50 billion or something like that, that's something we want to watch out for because 2 billion is just him taking a little bit of profits.
That's like pocket money for him, you know?
For real.
Finds that in his couch cushions.
Oh, that's cute. All right, took a little bit off the top. All right, cool. Let me go back to my day.
There's where that couldn't find that billion. There's where it was.
Yeah, honestly, yeah. What a, obviously, he built that life to get there, but you know, it's nice.
Yeah, they were losing money for the first couple years.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Like everyone has to endure the storms that they have to get to that place. So, Tesla back on watch, sitting around that like 430.
Yeah, that's right back at VWAP.
Yeah. Man, I can't leave my house. I was supposed to leave my house to go to the shop by now, but I can't because of this thing. So I think because it's like my first like 2 days back to trading, you know, like I'm not like I don't have like any FOMO or anything, but I'm also like, man, I haven't been in the game for a while. Like I want to, you know, have a little playtime here and then, you know, market closes. So
All right. Did you call him and let him know you're running late? Oh, is Tesla breaking here?
there you go. There you go. Finally, you know, Tesla heard my prayer.
That's going to push a little bit more.
The market will provide opportunities. You just got to be ready.
Yes, sir.
Fix.
I want to look some more into that company that Tesla partnered with too, Livent Corporation. LTHM.
I looked down at my screen and Tesla pulled back. Like, what the hell?
Stop looking away from your screen.
I tried to do some like UT work outside of trading, same time. So
Yeah, they come down a little bit.
BLFS.
Kaznak, I just hope that that Tesla squeeze goes in the right direction. Well, go on. Damn, Baba's almost at that 300. Yeah, keep an eye on that 300. And Justin, if you have shares, remember to keep your stops ready. Damn, Jay Z.
Oh, it's not me. I think I just hit 22.
I don't want to embarrass myself, so let me know. That kind of reminds me of, I think it was like the Pokemon thing or some shit. With the Ranky bar.
ANIP.
Yeah, Skyrocket. You're not the only one out of tabs. I can't even find half the stuff. I don't even know where half the stuff is, to be honest. Not even the important stuff, anyways.
SRR keeps grinding lower. I'm thinking about adding here.
RKT?
No, SRRK.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
Yeah. There's like no volume. This thing is just slowly going lower. I saw this on WWR. I actually prefer the slow grind down as opposed to like. I mean, it would be nice for a nice quick tank if I'm short, but this is like a solid downtrend.
I guess that's easier too, right there. I guess hold on to it. So, looking at watching Tesla here still on the 5 bulls. They're pushing this back up.
Yeah, like we broke this 42.25 support. So that's your polarity line. So maybe if it comes back to retest, you can add there. Post the chart.
Yeah, that's what I was like eyeing the whole day, and I got I think I started losing my patience in the last half hour, waiting for that 425 test. I took it around, I believe, around that 428 ish. So, yeah.
Talking about Tesla, I'm talking about SRRK.
Oh. Buddy, you missed all the nice little run ups, man. Come on. But no, we all need our sleep. It's important. Oh, I don't like this action on SPY here. It breaks
SNDL.
under here.
CJJD.
Like you can see the volume just keeps going lower and lower. And if I go back further on the daily chart, you can see it even better. And those lines are polarity, price polarity, areas where support becomes breaks and then becomes resistance. CGC, I'll take a look.
SPY, they just pushed that thing right back up on the 5. So holding on to Tesla for now.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure this thing is going to drop. Look at the volume. It's dead.
Got none to short on Thinkorswim though.
There's no shorts available. That sucks.
There was last week, I think, and then late in the week it went hard to borrow, or it went blank. Right, it went easy to borrow, and then it went away. It was just a blank, and then went hard to borrow. Yeah, like it's weird. Sometimes I'll notice equities in Thinkorswim where that, if you have a column in your watch list for hard to borrow, easy to borrow, it'll just be blank sometimes, and you can still short those. Like if anybody has Thinkorswim, you can look at like American Airlines. It just shows a blank there. It doesn't say easy to borrow or hard to borrow.
Sometimes I wish I had TOS just because so many of you guys use it and everything, so it'd be easier. But you're on the US side, I'm assuming, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, for us, they kept changing the requirements. WKC, yeah, it's okay. It's okay. It happens. You had some nice music on initially, so it's all good. Yeah, Kazmik. So it was 5K, and then around COVID, they raised our limit to 25K requirement, just to pretty much, be able to use the account. So that kind of sucks. So yeah, it wasn't worth it, honestly.
That suck. Do you still have an account just to have open for charting and stuff?
Yeah, I mean, I do have the. I guess I have the demo. I mean, I can technically use that, but I don't really. Yeah. I mean, like I know it's super useful, and a lot of people they teach on that as well, right? So it would be great to have access to that. But I split up my money across different brokers. Like I'm literally considering moving it from TD right now. So I think someone mentioned Questrade earlier, but it
LTHM.
wasn't all that. Unless I think you're trading X amount of shares.
Yeah, like I opened an account with IB, but I haven't funded anything yet because I want to make sure that I'm profitable before I start agreeing to paying broker fees, right? So
Yeah, of course. So you don't pay any broker fees at all at the moment, right?
not on TD, just the SEC fees, right?
Actually, I wish I'd save so much money. All that money go back into my pocket. Like I was forking like over thousands before I switched. Gem, the package that I have, I'm pretty sure I don't pay any monthly fee. I'm pretty certain of it. I mean, it may be a different package, but I'm pretty sure that I don't. I mean, honestly, if they did charge me $10 a month, I would have no problem with that either because that's like nothing compared to, you paying $10 per trade, right, with TD, unless you have the
CPS.
reduced rate. So, I mean, I don't mind that at all. Jem, when did you leave IB? Yeah, 8K wouldn't be bad. I'm pretty sure I paid over. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I was paying like about 1,000. I know like I had like 2 bad trading days, and I think I spent like probably close to 500 to 600 just for that week in fees. I remember telling TJ about it. It was horrible. So yeah, I mean anything is better than that. Like I could have easily spent 1,000 a month, 12,000 a year in fees easily. I think it was somewhere between the range of 12 to 17K in fees. Yeah, something like that. So switching is no brainer. Is someone trying to speak on the mic? I think. Thank you, Jim. I appreciate that. I will take a look into it. So far, from what I know, they don't, but could be worth giving it a look. I mean, if they didn't, it's cool. You know, they charge me $10. By all means, go for it. Oh, and Tesla's finally getting that push here. Very nice.
So I think that's just an account maintenance fee, Jim. They'll charge you $10 if your account is. It's based on the activity levels. If I'm looking at their site and reading that right. Yeah.
Oh, okay. It was an activity fee. Okay, that makes sense. And there's ways to waive that too. Like with TD, for example, there's like 3 methods. The one that I did, super easy, is open like an RSP. You don't even have to put money in it. You just let it sit there, and that waives the maintenance fee for the year for TD. Or you can do like something where like you set up a monthly deposit to go into the account. Forget the third one, but yeah, there's ways you can waive it. Oh, with IB is nothing. Oh. Right. Well, I mean, if it's inactive, then yeah. I mean, I don't have an issue with that, so I guess I don't have to stress about the fee then. I guess.
I'm watching Tesla here. The previous candle looks like it gapped up on the 1 minute.
Thanks. You got my focus back on Tesla. I needed
Yeah,
that.
looks like a 6-cent gap 2 candles ago.
LASR.
Which probably isn't, now that I look at it, all that much of a gap on Tesla candles.
Let's see if we can break out of the range. That's what I'm more focused on.
Yeah.
Nice. There we go, Tesla. Let's go. There we go. Who's in Tesla with me? Yeah, I know it's been coiling for like 30 years. Yeah, I'm so tired of this shit, but I'm glad that I was patient.
I'm in it, but just very small. Just wanted to see it break out of this coil.
Yeah, I took that small position earlier when I mentioned it to you, but then I went and added on my other broker. I didn't want to add more on this one. So I took I think a decent sized position on the other one too. So
like to see if it could push up to
APPN.
about 433 here.
And we got Spy coming back now. Spy has to ruin the party, you know? I've been finding some good support on Spy for the most part around here. So
There we go.
that is beautiful. That's beautiful. Look at that volume kicking in too on the 5 on Tesla. On the last two. If only we could get Spy to rip up at the same time. That'd be beautiful for Tesla.
Right.
A little bit iffy here with Spy.
It seems to be losing some steam here, and see if it bounces off the 200 EMA here.
Yeah, and look at that volume picking up on the 5 on Tesla.
5-minute candle on Spy is ugly.
Very ugly, yeah, versus Tesla. Look at the volume on Tesla on the 5. Oh, thank you, Judge Fred. I appreciate that. I think that would be very useful. Thank you. That actually is going to be very handy.
Where did Spy open today? Like 349.90 ish.
I don't even remember, to be honest. I don't know where my head was. I was trading. Good thing TJ's not here. I was trading with my phone early in the morning. Otherwise, I would have made even more money off AMD.
APVO.
So I don't even know. I think honestly, I was executing trades in the shower at some point. So yeah, I had a wild day.
You got your phone in a Ziploc baggie, trading.
I literally just, holding my arm out, and I was like, scrolling back and forth, toggling through the charts. I don't even know what was wrong with me this morning.
SWTX.
But yeah, if I executed that off the computer, though, that would have been beautiful. I would have been able to sit tight and.
HVT.
Like the executions obviously would have been better, but I still stuck to my game plan, so I like that.
K Blue Mew. ARTL. AUVI. LTHM. Higher. SNDL. GSKY. AVXL. HEXO. STKS. Kern. K Blue Mew. ACB. WTER. CDAY. CORR. K Blue Mew. AVTR. Sub. VISL.
Amazon, or not Amazon, AMD's reaching for 86 again.
STRO. Kern. SRPT. SRPT.
Take a look at that Neo wedge on the 1 hour.
Yeah, I'm just glad Neo stopped making all-time highs. Getting a bit ridiculous.
Yeah, that pre-market drop was pretty nasty too on them. They still recovered.
SI.
Yeah, there you go, big belt.
EWN. SWTX.
Chris, that's the $1 million question, isn't it? But that's why we're looking at the formation. It's going to be bullish if it breaks up, and then bearish if it breaks down. If I recall, I think TJ might have started shorting Neo around 20s. That's definitely overvalued.
True. APVO. ASMB. WSC. RBA.
Looks like Tesla's doing something useful. My bad, I wasn't focused on the trade. I was trying to multitask with something else. But I'm still holding the play. Up a couple dollars.
Yeah, it looks like SPY is pushing here.
Yeah. I should be just slightly in profit on the other broker, the one that I got stuck on when it dropped. I was trying to manage like the socials at the same time, but yeah, it's hard to manage. Right at that 430.
KBLM.
Let's see if Amazon lets me break even here at the close.
Kern. UI.
I'm going to try to see how long I can hold Amazon into this push here. And then take off half and then take off the next right before close.
Is it Amazon or Tesla?
Tesla. We've got 13 minutes left.
I'd like to see Amazon push back up to 33.20.
I'll just take a partial. And I crossed over the milestones, so that's amazing.
You hit your round number?
I did. I hit the round number. I hit a little above it. I forgot because I was like trying to I was trying to manage something at the same time, and I didn't even realize. I was like, oh shit. I mean, it's a good thing. I mean, it's not a bad thing, but I was trying to do the marketing stuff at the same time. Because whenever I do, it throws me off. Like I get caught slipping, and then boom, and then shit tanks on me, and I'm like, fuck, and then I get sidetracked.
I mean, the right thing there to do is just blame Blonde.
Blame Blonde. Yeah. Oh, Blonde gave me a good talk last night. Actually helped me a lot today. I gotta give him a shout out for that.
10 minutes left, guys. SPY's getting bought up.
Yeah, it was real nice. I took that partial on Tesla, got filled around 430.19, still holding, I think close to 60% on the other broker.
AMD reaching for 86 again.
Man, I could have really done nothing, and I could have held AMD, and I would have made my day's profit target times 10. But it's all good. It's part of the game.
There it is, 86.
Minutes left, guys. Yeah, SPY is doing some beautiful things. Mushu, that's how somebody feels that's in the short side right now. If anyone's in the short side, don't hate me. Solo.
CDAY.
Let's see, I don't trust this run up.
Yeah, I don't either. That's why I'm selling into it, just in little chunks.
WTER. UMBO.
Yeah, I'm gonna close out Tesla. I'm good. All right, perfect.
ONCS. NG.
All right, team. I'm gonna protect profits. Catch y'all on Monday.
All right, brother. Have a good weekend.
Have a good weekend, brother.
You guys too.
Seven minutes left of the game. Damn, Rap, very well done, man. Very well done. Oh, and guys, don't forget to post your profits in the profit and loss section, and If you guys are comfortable with it, share your socials as well, and we'll tag you guys in the post on our IG, Twitter.
APVO. ONCT.
And I'm out of Amazon. It's okay though. Almost came back to my entry. I was $3 off.
Oh shit, it's Friday. It's Friday, yep. It's Friday.
You guys ever see weird numbers coming through on level 2? Like I'm seeing like 3400s come through, flashing on level 2 on Amazon.
I'm currently not watching it, but I will take a look.
Like I keep seeing 3416 flashing through.
Amazon currently is at
3313 is current price.
Oh, that's a long ways.
Yeah, but like every once in a while I'll see 3416, then I'll see like a 3320 flash by.
I'm still working on getting better with the tape. That's something I have to practice more often. Aaron, honestly, if you have to ask, brother, you are probably too late. Also, you have 3 minutes before the bell. I mean, I don't know. That's your call. Can't tell you what to do. But yeah, if you have to ask, it's generally, too late. I haven't taken a look at the chart or anything. Yeah.
You're going into the weekend with election uncertainty and questions in the air. Who knows?
Exactly. It's not the most optimal situation, right? I mean, yeah, there's nothing to do with the actual ticker itself. I haven't taken a look at it, but hey, you got Monday, you got every other day of the week and every other day of the month. There's no rush to, I used to do that all the time, hoping that you wake up with a nice Monday profit. And sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. So, I mean, on a weekend like this one, I don't know if it's the best idea to risk. I mean, you can always show up on Monday and bang out some profits too. You know, that's another option. And SPY's coming down. Very nasty. Very nasty.
USAP.
Oh yeah. Oof.
Yeah, that's nasty. I'm glad I booked those Tesla gains up there. I could have got a little bit higher, closer to 430. I mean, I'm talking about a few cents, you know, just being greedy over here. But I'm glad I locked those.
Yeah, like I said, I got out of my Amazon position. I took like a $3.20 loss on it.
LQDA.
But that's okay. Today was a good exercise because I just held through. That's one of the things I'm working on is holding through positions and giving them time to either recover or to play out. So
Yeah, that's important. Yeah. And it is 4, ladies and gentlemen. So, hope all of you guys have a great weekend and, you know, take the time to relax, get back, journal, go through all your trades. And, yeah, we look forward to the next week. And also, yes, if you guys do get a chance, you know, post those pretty profits and your losses, you know, don't be ashamed. It's part of the game. In the profit loss section. And please, guys, I only have one ask. I can manage just about everything but the emojis. You know, we have the little thumbs up, thumbs down button. So please, guys, use those instead of posting thumbs ups or just anything that's random. That's nothing to do with profit loss section. Try to avoid that, please, guys. We greatly appreciate it because we use that for many uses. And we have the trading chat where you guys can post that other random stuff in here, right? So.
TBPH.
Thank you, guys.
Paya.
And Kazma, we should have you on a lot more often. It's good having you on the chat, man. It's fun.
yeah, thanks, man. No, I try it. Like I said, work calls pull me away a lot of times, especially the first couple hours of the day. So if I can jump in post lunch, I will.
Yeah, you know, I get it, you know, because I work from home too after. So, yeah, you know, if you get a chance, it'd be awesome. You know, we'd love that. So, yeah, man.
It was a good week. I think overall, we I want to say somewhere around 900 this week. So I'll take it.
Very good, man. That's some really good stuff.
LQDA. SE.
I mean, you can't complain, you know? How could you, right?
Nope, I won't.
That's money literally being printed out of thin air, you know? That's something that most people would not believe in outside of the trading world.
VIST.
So
MTDR.
just another
PFSI.
another 2,700 to go, and I'll be break even. So we'll get right there.
Yeah.
UAV.
I mean, even me on my other account, not on the IB one, but with the AMD, with the options, I remember taking a nasty loss. So I do have to recoup that loss. And yeah, you know, it's part of the game, right? We take some losses and yeah. And I was open about it too. I broke down, you know, that trade and how I messed up, and then I recovered from it slowly, a little bit. I mean, I started to recoup from the loss, but I mean, like, you know, psychologically. So yeah, and I wouldn't have even taken such a loss if it wasn't options and my bias. I had such a strong bias on AMD, which that ultimately ruined me because I could have just cut it. I did actually. I remember reducing risk exposure over the weekend and trimming 60% of the position, but regardless, it still took quite a hit. So
LJPC.
Yeah, you know, you live and learn.
Yeah, I know. Like I said, for me, the big one was back in September, and I was in tech, and I had been just slowly adding on a couple shares here and there, and then when it started to pull, was that like September 2nd, September 3rd?
AVXL.
I was trying to wait for significant levels to average down, right?
STSA, FVAC.
But it just kept falling. And then eventually it had fallen so much, I literally just sat there frozen, right? Had no idea what to do. I just sat there and watched the negative number continue to climb, right? And then, when all was said and done, it was a little bit brutal. So that's when I stepped away and said, look, there's no way. Like, I tried to trade the next day and knew that there was just no possible way my head was in the game. So I just walked away for 2 weeks and went and did something else and read and studied and
VRNA.
reflected and then came back and started back up again.
That's a really good approach. I mean, Something even TJ taught me a very long time ago, and when he would show me,
Sava.
you know, the day by day,
Sen.
you know, on that
Well.
calendar, what it, you know, it looks like,
DGLY.
and you know,
BLRX.
you'd have some green days, a ton of green days, and then if you had a
SWTF.
really big red day, he would have a rule where he would take 5 trading days off, give it another try again on that
ACIU.
5th day or whatever, and that did went poorly,
PRTY.
take another 5 days off. And I'm like, damn, I looked at that, I'm like, that's a different level of discipline. At that time, I did not have that level of discipline. I mean, I'm still working on it now, but I can actually
NBR.
take time off now. And it's such a hard thing to do,
TGNA.
but what's harder is when you lose even more money back to the market. Now you're like hitting your head off a wall. And then you're thinking, damn, why didn't I just take that time off, right? So, and,
HOV.
again, the revenge trading and doing all kinds of stupid stuff, so.
Pola.
Yep. And I'd done that before, like with losses earlier in the year, the revenge trading, just trying to get back to a specific number.
MLPI.
If I can only
SRG.
make this much, and then it was less about looking for
OPTN.
setups and more about
VVI.
trying to hit a specific number.
SIG.
And so I knew what was going to happen. So I literally I took everything that was in my account and I shifted it back to my bank, so that even if I wanted to, if I thought I was ready, I couldn't do anything about it until I moved the money back in again. And then once my 2 weeks was up, I moved it back in and, just slowly started chipping away again.
That is amazing. That's what I should have done. Well, I was already kind of stuck in the play. That's actually really good, man. Good discipline. Kudos to you. It's not easy, but, you know,
Alt.
we
DT.
learn from our mistakes, hopefully. And, you know, I mean, we have, but in general, you know, people listening in, that's the most important thing, because if you start to journal your trades and just go over, you know, your biggest losses, you'll realize there's a reoccurring pattern, right? And
EQ.
usually for the same reasons, more or less, and it just repeats itself. So if you can find out what that is, pinpoint that, and then work,
SELB.
you know, actively work on getting past that, then obviously, you know, your win rate is going to go up, right? And your losses are going to be reduced drastically, right? So for me, it was a lot of like
QK.
oversizing on positions. I remember very early on, it was trading between the
TSI.
range. That was another stupid thing I used to do. You know,
DNLB.
emotional trading, revenge trading, just so many different little things that I had to work on. And I wrote out a set of rules. I got these little stickies above me, you know, about cutting losses,
TOS.
not risking what you can't afford to lose, going over my notes, how much I can risk, or the
NG.
alternative is to blow my account. So like
SFI.
little reminders just around me, and then writing out a set of rules, right?
CLPS.
And there was a really good article, I don't know if I can find it, but it was on process-oriented versus results-oriented. And when I was so focused on being results-oriented, focusing on that number, I was most of the time I was just losing. But then when I shifted over to results-oriented, when I had enough of losing, honestly, that's what happened, and I started to focus on that, then the money just started to pile in without even thinking about it, right? Because now you're sticking to your rules. Doesn't matter win or loss. You know, you get out, it breaks at a certain level, you get out, you move on. And that process, you're just repeating that in and day out, the money just piles up and you're like, oh shit, how did my account do this? So yeah.
IRM.
Reader, killer, man. Good stuff.
Oof.
We need to switch P&Ls with you guys, man.
RTI. WRTC. LQDA.
But yeah, for me, like the big thing that I changed is
LU.
less intraday trading and more looking for the swing trade setups. But then like my position sizing is
OLED.
relative to my account size. So while it may seem really sexy to grab 100 shares of
EFT.
something in one shot and then ride it for $1 to make a quick $100,
KXIN.
I'll just scale in, 5-10 shares at a time. But it's relative, like my maximum is relative to my account size, right? So if my account is $25,000, I don't want to have any position that's more than $2,500. I don't want to have any position that's taking up more than 10% of my account, right?
In.
And so like like in my position in AMD, right? It's 25
ADVM.
shares. It's not very many shares, right? But you don't need a whole lot of shares to make profit. So, 25 shares of AMD at 78, 71 average price
ACB. MKC.
is at the current
AYRO.
trade price of AMD
AEP.
is $175 on 25 shares.
MGP. GPRO.
So I'm
NVTA.
looking to go more swing trade long term on smaller position sizes, scale out at the tops of channels, and then add on the pullbacks at the bottoms of the channels. And so far, it's working.
Well, that's pretty good. Yeah, that works. And
CGC.
I think the most important thing you touched on is, you managing risk according to your account size, right? So that's a hard thing. It's like a thing that
NRI.
more or less everybody knows, but it's hard to actually do, right? Because you have to manage your own emotions. So.
Well, yeah, because everybody's got that greed factor, right? And so, I'm sitting here and I'm like, yeah, today was a good day. I made $78, and then, a-holes like Tape Reader come in with their $3,000 profit today. No, I'm just kidding, Tape Reader, right?
Dang.
But it's hard to, you're like, damn, man, maybe I should have bought 100 shares of AMD,
NRAM.
right? And but for me, fortunately, right, I've got that lesson from September when the market makers decided to pull the money out of tech and shift it to somewhere else at the beginning of
BKR.
September, right? So I know what can happen if I'm heavily
HUSN.
into a position and not
AEO.
willing to stomach, that type of a rug
NLOK.
pull and that type of a loss. And so I know how much I'm willing to
Time.
lose in any single position, and I just keep it sized that way.
That September correction was a real wake-up call. That was like,
Gush.
oh shit, I can't do this one anymore, But, you live there, and I guess that's what really helped me today. Even when I did want to go heavy, I saw some setups that look good, but I was like, hey, if that shit backfires and I don't have room to add or just really goes against me, am I going to be able to hold that? Probably not, right?
MAXR.
Well, no, that's a
PTON.
no-go. After that, that's why I'm glad I went full cash on IB before I closed it, and it feels good now.
Yeah, but TJ hit on it the other day, right? All of the stuff that we've seen in the past 6 or 7 months, right? You've got your bull trend, you got your bearish trend, you got your sideways action, right? You've got the pandemic, right? And the crash in March. You've got the election, right? You've got so many things that just happened here in the last 8 months, right? And it's just I don't know. I consider myself fortunate to experience everything that just happened in the last 8 months. Which would normally take, could span over years before you actually experience all that.
GDO.
Oh, wild roller coaster ride, especially for people that are brand new. Can you imagine that just started their first trading account, and then to go through this whole thing? It's
that was me.
Shit. Even me, I got more heavily into trading during this year. Always was, but what a crazy ride, right? If you're completely brand new to it, and then you just see all this. We've had some pretty fun corrections,
Yep. Yeah. I literally got started mid-March.
AXNX.
Wow, that must have been fun. That must have been fun. I've seen some nasty corrections before in other markets, so
CYRX.
I was lucky, I guess, because I wasn't invested. I shorted, so I made a good chunk of money, and then I lost it back after Fed started printing money. So luckily, it was a small account, broke even, but it was devastating at the time. Because I already went through another loss prior in another market, so that was a shit show. But I learned a couple things from it, right? For one, I was going through a lot of emotional stuff. I had family that was sick, and it threw me off. They were in the hospital. I blew the other account, and then I came back into the stock market, and then I started winning. I was like, all right, I'm good, whatever, and it was my way of coping. Ended up, not managing risk, swinging over the weekend. And that's why I always tell you guys, if you're going to swing over the weekend too, be careful. And especially on a weekend like this, these are extremely uncertain times. And I know some people are going to do some YOLO shit and size up, and we've all done it. you know, or maybe they got
NTEC.
options instead of shares, and then it's a nightmare on Monday morning. So like, you know, that's stuff that I did, you know, not with options, but shares. Fed start printing money. I got flushed on the Monday, right, and then gap up, and over a 3-day period, I was wiped. So
CPA.
That's brutal. That's brutal.
JMIA.
It was honestly, that was brutal. That was a tough period, honestly. Just mentally, I'm glad I had like TJ there as a good
ACB.
friend, you know, while I was going through all that. So I don't even remember if I was like active in the chat much at the time,
SRG.
but
HRTX.
yeah, it was a great experience. It was a great, like in hindsight, because that was a small account
TLRY.
relative to what I'm working with now, and all the lessons learned. The best thing you guys can do, I saw a great post on this, I think last night or today, but you know, you going through all those mistakes and losing with a small account, because that's devastating with the big account. And I know some people are probably doing that here. So, you know, you being able to make those mistakes with a small account is like the biggest blessing. Like people think that, hey, you know, well, if I had more money, then no. Like I used to tell myself that bullshit all the time. And I learned that, you know, if you can't manage 1,000, you can't manage 10,000. You can't manage 10,000, you can't manage 100,000. You have no business managing more money if you can't manage less.
PFL.
So, I mean, it's different. Like I'm not talking like, you know, $100 versus 1,000, but like, you know, you wanting to work with like 100,000 account instead of a 10,000 account, like. If you're gonna mess it up with 10,000, you're definitely gonna mess it up with 100,000, and it's gonna be even harder to recover. At least you can go get a job and you can make back, you know, that 5,000-10,000, but not when it's, you know, 6-7 figures, right? So be happy if you're losing small.
Yeah, I think that definitely, you know, that's the way to go as a new trader, right? Aim small, miss small. Like just get your feet under you, so you don't go blowing up. You know, don't be in a rush to throw 25,000 in an account just so you can go in big and YOLO all your money.
Yeah, because we don't want to see it on WSP, you know, and then see that whole account go down 80%. Like that shit's not fun. And guys, you know, and I'm sure, you know, we have so many people in this chat, so I'm sure somebody is doing this right now, and it's not to make fun of anyone. Like I went through it. We just don't want other people to go through it too, because nobody needs to go through your own mistakes twice. So do your best to avoid that. I know it can be, you know, especially if you already started trading with big size and you're doing decent, you don't want to lose all of that shit, right? Like don't worry about what other people make in here. Like you will have your moment to shine. Just take it slow. You know, even if it's, you know, just a couple dollars, that shit will add up. It'll accumulate over time. You'll keep learning, keep studying. You know, there's a million resources in here. And then when you get really comfortable, then over time you can size up, right? Like TJ's talked about this a lot, you know, even with me, he's like, when it comes to sizing up, you know, like don't rush into that shit. Take your time, like develop a track record, and then eventually, you know, size up very, very little, you know, and that's a big mistake a lot of people make, right? You get on a win streak, and especially if the markets are cooperating, they're going well. And you start getting a little bit too cocky, and then, you know, you start sizing up, and then when the market slaps you, brings you back to reality, you're hurting, and then you get into a bad cycle, and then there goes your capital.
Exactly. That's exactly it.
LMPX.
Yeah, Yatsuba 12. Yeah, of course, man. You know, we're all here to help each other grow, right? Like,
BLFS.
You don't need to go through what I went through or what someone else went through, right? We're trying to help everyone grow as fast as possible with the least amount of mistakes, right? So
I got to run and pick somebody up.
ENLV.
It was a good chatting with y'all. You guys.
Yeah, sure. Have a good one, brother. All the best. All right, good chatting with you. See you next week. Yeah.
The thing people should pay attention to is IPOs and
CLNY STRO.
deciding not to participate in that if you're new, because you're likely going to burn.
Yeah, I don't even trade IPOs at all. I mean, when they come out, I just sit there and watch. Yeah, it's already easy enough losing money on regular stuff. You know, I don't need to lose on IPOs. So yeah, I sit there and watch. I let TJ know.
LABG.
suckered
VVNG.
in, but I was alone at the time. I did not have anybody to learn from, so I got burned real
True.
bad on that.
I mean, it happens,
CAJ.
brother. You know, we've all make our
NTNX.
mistakes as long as, you know, we learn
ADTX.
from them and then we, you know, pay it forward. So that's all that
XPEV.
matters, right? At the end. I mean, we're going to be trading. I mean, I know
Excel.
myself at least for the next few decades, you know, so there's plenty of time to, you know, make use of all those lessons. Right now, there are people, of course, that do quit after a
EXTN.
couple months, couple years because they blow up their accounts and they can't recover. So that's the other thing we're trying to avoid by giving you this advice, because it's very hard, especially, you know, if you don't have another stream of income, you blow your shit, now you can't recover, and you're like, you know what, trading didn't work out for me, and you walk away. I've seen it so many
GLBS.
times.
Right. It actually requires dedication, and you need to scale in. But you must be careful about how much funds you dedicate to
Vet.
trading. You're not supposed to go all in, and that's the mistake people do.
UMC.
It is. I mean, I made the same mistake too, right? When you're starting out, and I remember at the time I had left my part-time job. I hated that place, and
GMRE.
I made a good chunk of change. And then I was like, oh, you know what? Let's keep doing this. You know, I won't ever have to work a job again. You know, I'm going to be a millionaire. You know, so, you know, yeah, there's a rational part of it. And, you know, in hindsight, when you look back, you can share all this stuff. But when you first start out, and depending on your financial situation and your age and so many other things that come into play too, right? Like, if I were to go back in time, I would never make the same mistakes now. But
Pause.
at the time, you know, I had to kind of learn the tough way. So.
But you know what's the funny part? You may think you're not falling for the common trader mistakes, you know, but until somebody actually points them out to you, you're not aware of them. You may think you know what you're doing, but you really don't. I just had 2 sessions with Blondie yesterday and Wednesday, and the things he was pointing out, it kind of made me realize that in the hindsight, what I was doing was wrong and why. But at the time, I would have never thought about it that way. You know, so this is what I find most useful here on this channel, right, with this community. People actually share very valuable information.
That is true. Oh, Blonde's pointed out like a lot of stuff for me, like, and some things that we even know, but like, you know, we continue to do. So yeah, no, it's good to have another set of eyes. So no, like we all make, you know, certain mistakes that are kind of, you know, we're human, right? And I think the most important thing is that we reduce how often we make those mistakes, right? And make less of them, right? But they're still going to be bound to happen, especially if you're going to trade over the next 10, 20, 30 years. Like, of course, you're going to make those mistakes, right? Of course, you're going to have bad days, you know, shit's hitting the fan outside of trading. So as you come in, low sleep, whatever, you mess up and, you know, shit happens, right? So everyone goes through it, right? Even TJ goes through it. We all do. So, you know, I guess the point is to minimize making those mistakes.
CPRX, PRTS, Kelu. VUZI. AMWL. VRNA. CRVS, FTCH, DTSS.
I'm really curious
AVVI.
about how market is going to go on Monday.
Honestly, because I went cash, I don't even care. That's what I enjoy, you know, like I want to wake up and be like, okay, cool, this is what's happening on Monday, and just play according to that.
RPAY. LQDA.
You don't keep anything in over the weekend, or always, or is this just because of the?
Oh no, not always. There are times that I do swing over the weekend, but not this weekend. I don't know. With all the uncertainty that we currently have, it's not the best bet. You know, odds aren't really in my favor, so I don't really
Solo.
like that.
Cars.
Yeah, and we've had quite a bit of a run up in the last couple of days as well, right? So yeah, I'm just gonna wait till Monday and just play according to whatever happens, you know.
FTSI.
The PDT rule, does it get canceled when your net liquidity goes over 20K?
PDT, so I don't know too much about that because from what I remember, it's 25K, but I don't, because I'm in Canada, so I don't deal with the PDT rule. It doesn't apply to me. I can trade as much as I want. Yeah, so there's no limitations for me. But yeah, I will be back later, guys. I do have to tend to some business, so yeah, I will catch you guys on later if you guys are on
PVAC.
or throughout the weekend. Okay. It was a pleasure chatting with you, brother. You guys have a great one. Okay. Enjoy.
Thank you, John.
Take care, brother.
BWEN. SCKT. CHCI. EGAN. Excel. SPT. BGFV. NEPT. BZUN. SPHD. NNOX, GRPN, PRPO. UMBO. Pi. AQB. Cody. ITCI. FTCH. MAG. NTEC. B. ARCT. ONCT. CORR. TLRY. I. LMPX. WAFU. THMO. NWS. OBSV. HASI. XPEV. MTLS. MRAM. IPOB. VYM. Here. RIGL, CMPS, ALTM. NWSA. ONCS. AQST TLSA. REGI. Auto. IRCH. DT. VEEV. BPYU. Oxy Plus. CC. ORTX. DDOG. Riot. V. NNOX. FTSI. YOLO. LQDA. THC, 4. LMNL. TPIC. Scene. WAFU OSPN. Six. Sava. Sig. PBW. PXLW. ONCS. Cody. SMAR. Soul. CCJ. Cron. PDSB. DDOG. LSPD. NNOX, LTHM. Ovid. ANAB. Cash. NWL. SPT, DGLY. LPTX. PBYI. OTRK, ORBC. IRM. HVT. SKX. REGI. UGP. V. IAC. LQDA. LAC. BNKU. Cron. SVM. Call. LIZI. MNSO, LMNL. Lobe. Here. ZDGE. ADAP. ASMB. DTSS. FNKO SQM. IRBO. ECL. SR. FTCH. GOED. LTHM. WAFU. AAWW. WHD. NNOX. RMNI. APVO. TOT. PXLW, XERS. AR. HRTX. Call. RGEN. WTRH. SBE Plus. CLR. Drive. LMNL, SRRK. LQDA. ZIOP. CLPS. THCX. CYTK. API. WDAY. Guild. SKX. JNCE. HUSN. ORTX. ALB. GoGo. BLDR. RAVN. APDI. Ruby, BFS. Sava. CARV, Manu. OTRK. IDRA. CATM. DIN. TAC. Eat. Kern. KZR. Lazy. BGF AVYA. FTCHALXE. PVAC. Four. O. Here. WB. Gauss. MOV. BLFS. SRPT. SRRK. LGFA. Ally. USOI. NBIX, cake. Beam. TPIC. WWE. FUTU. GRPN, Kala. Guild. DIS, APVO. LQDA. VOD. ENB. INTC. REN. WMS. LMNL. Max. ONCT. WTRH. USDP. Sub. MNKD. BNFT. SPPI. FOSL. KXIN. CBAY. BLRX. Block. POM. CMRE. BLTRQE. WRE. Gush. SSTK. SSYS. Lyle. V. YOLO. SVM. SMAR. BCLI. APVO. Call. Mod. TWOU. CLR. Heal. DT. Max. ONCT. CLNE. DSS. AOUT. TRQ. Crocs. NNOX. Land. DTSS. Lack. AEHL. GGB. ONVO. BFRA. Nice. CCIV. FTCH. ALTM. KXIN. LSPD. ALSK. Lube. OC. Tay. INSP. Mod. UPLD. BLNK. Call. ORTX. NCTY. ACP. SGMO. Lube. Beam. LMNL. Knob. USAS. Taco. FTCH. ELVT. Chow. Auto. LLIT. AYHA. NVT. ONCT. Tub. GLNG. FCEL. DDOG. Sava. NTEC. VBIV. BPTH. NKTX. UUU. PEG. ALTM. LJPC. Excel. IFRX. SKT. EVK. EDSA. NNOX. TCON. NKTR. BVXV. ORTX. SVM. Mod. RMBL. CNTY. TMV. BNTC. LTHM. MRIN. TPIC. Hubs. Auto. REGI. Cars. SWCH. ATXI. AUVI. MJ. WTRH. ZUMZ. FTNH. SQM. IMMR. AJRD. SPWR. BVXV. Teo. UONE. CHWY. ALGM. SWI. Ear. LTHM. SFIX. BPTH. Farm. BNTC. REN. NH. KXIN. VBIV. GTHX. POM. Sava. Lyle. Five. PK. NWSA. NRGD. FTCH. VCEL. SILV. Gush. FTSI. DTSS. AROC. SRPT. AOSL. MDLY. Set. Kala. IVZ. ATUS. LPTX. WTRH. LCA. CBAY. HP. JNPR. IRM. Lyle. API. EDC. FLDM, SSNC. ENV, CD, SYF, REN, DAR, CVET, UONE, PEIX, SRRK, APTO, ATNX, BEP, NCNA, POM, SVM, HEAL, HST, Terra, ENTG. LU. YINN. Fix, PSX. SRPT. TTCF. IDXG. MNKD. CTVA. DDOG. GMED. WTRH. Mod. Fan. KRMD. SPPI. Mesa. VRNT. RGI. UUU. FTCH. CFFN. DTSS. LASR. SVM. SCKT. EQT. EDSA. OSUR. TPIC. GNRC. GTEC. Apps. IR. MDLA. IPOB Plus. Lyle. NET. UONE. SPYV. SPRO, KXIN. ENLC. MJ. SPWR. VNOM. ALEC. CHKPWLL. SNDR. Crocs. IMV. MDY. MAXR. CERS. KRMD. BLFS. BNTC. FTCH. PRTA. ICPT. SPPI. BIOC. IDRA. TLSA. BLRX LA. UONE. WTRA. DOT. NCTY. GRBK. SPHD. IMUX, CHL. RXN. MJ. Lyle. BECN. Mod. Gush. AOUT. PTEN. PVAC. FLWS. Solo. ORBC. ONVO. TGI. HL. HMHC. NK. NBR. SNDR. KDMN. TCON. Apps. PRTA. VET, SSSS, HRTX, ELS, I, WKEY, FTCH, APA, BNTC, BLDP, PLAG, CNBS, RBBN, HEPA, APHA, OTRK, HPS, FLL, Kern,